momentous times, and India, being a young democracy, has always upheld Panchsheel and non-alignment as core principles of its foreign policy. These principles have played a crucial role in steering its international relations through Cold War era and the subsequent phase of globalization till now. However, the context in which the geopolitical challenges are emerging in recent years have impacted India's relations with the Committee of Nations in unique ways. What challenges does India's foreign policy face, and what are the options for India to address these challenges so as to emerge as a leading, if not a dominant power in the future? This question begs answers from experts who have immense knowledge and experience in the domain of foreign policy. Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, BITS Pilani Goa campus, and Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies have the privilege of hosting experts from three dimensions today: the policy establishment, the diplomatic corps, and the academia, to discourse on the topic in its varied dimensions. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to welcome Excellences Ambassador Raghavan, Ambassador Thomas, Ambassador Vishwanathan, Ambassador Fabian, Distinguished Representative of Ministry of External Affairs India, Dr. Sumit Seth, Professor Shiv Kumar, and Professor Roger Liu today. I will take the liberty of introducing each of these dignitaries prior to inviting them for their address. It is also my privilege to note that we have eminent participants from governments, think tanks, universities, and research community. We acknowledge your esteemed presence. Welcome. Let me familiarize you with the proceedings. After Professor Pradhan provides his opening remarks, each distinguished invitee will deliver his talk. It will be followed by a short Q&A session. For the sake of time, we may restrict the number of questions at the end. Time permitting, we will have an open forum where the remaining questions could be deliberated. I request all the participants except the distinguished invitees to mute their video and audio to help us with bandwidth management. I now introduce and invite Professor Pradhan for his opening address. Professor Pradhan, as we know, is a PhD in international relations, and he works on political economy. His current teaching and research focus involves international relations, migration and labor market, international trade and development, development economics, maritime studies, and blue economy. He has been a member expert for the Commonwealth Fellowship for Economics. Apart from major ICSSR projects, he also serves as Political Economy Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Public Policy Research, Kerala. Professor Pradhan, sir, please.
Thank you, Group Captain, for the kind words. I think the major focus is today's panelists. We have a very distinguished panelists who have long years of career in diplomacy, and also we have Dr. Sumit Seth, who's representing the Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, on behalf of Foreign Secretary. So he is currently in the government, so he will be also giving us a policy profile on various issues. The Indian foreign policy entire system encounters today. We also have Ambassador Thomas from the former Ambassador of Poland to India. He has also served in Southeast Asia, so he has we will get a visitor's perspective from him as to what European Union expects from India, or how do we engage India and European Union, what are the lines of engagement that can be created or modified. Or we also have Professor V. Shiv Kumar, who's joined us from Bonn, Switzerland. He's been my PhD supervisor, and then a lot of diplomatic theories and all of that we learned from him. He is now associated with the Geneva School of Diplomacy and connecting us from Bonn. So we have a retired international relations professor who's sitting in Europe, also will be looking at Indian foreign policy with a lot of expectations and hope and all that. So we will be also hearing from him. We have a friend, Professor Roger Liu. Professor Roger is a PhD in international relations from Carolina, and he's teaching at Flame University uh, in Pune. And very often we see him in Indian television talking about the Taiwan perspective, against Taiwan perspective or Sino-Taiwan, conflict. So he will be speaking to us on the perspective or the challenges that Taiwan faces today, along with China, and possibly trying to figure out how to handle the dragon and how to set the international order. Apart from these, the visitors, and we have a distinguished panel, Ambassador TCA Raghavan. Sir, you have had a distinguished career in diplomacy, and you are currently heading Indian Council for World Affairs. So we not only have the benefit of your distinguished career as a diplomat, including High Commissioner to Pakistan, but also we have the advantage of your current, thinking dynamics that will enlighten us, help us, and I will request you to initiate the debate as the first speaker. Ambassador Biswanathan has been, I think, very senior ambassador, and then I myself did my PhD on Latin America. Sir, we owe a lot of learning from you, sir, and you have been passionate about Latin America. So that's a kind of an advantage that we get from you. That what do we learn, or how do we engage with Latin America in course of time? Ambassador Fabian, I have been interacting with you, sir, for some time. And unfortunately, in between this pandemic that delayed the whole process, but then finally we are able to, through the electronic mode, we are able to connect through the webinar, and a lot of lessons to learn from you, your career and your current, academic engagements also. So we are looking forward to you to hear from you. Dr. Sumit has been a doctor and diplomat, and he says that he learned the lessons of diplomacy beginning with Ambassador Biswanathan in Latin America. So, sir, we have, I'm a Latin Americanist also, so I join with you in the line of thinking, and also as a student of IR and the faculty. We also see the phenomenal changes that are happening all around us. And we are fortunate that now we had requested Foreign Secretary to join us so that we could have gotten a bigger, larger official view. But we are happy that you have joined us, and with your joining us, we have the benefit that we will be able to capture the policy visions that are happening. Largely, what is intended of this webinar, or the primary objective, is that what I understand as a professor of international relations is that there are great amount of transition that is happening, and we can divide the transition into four dynamics. That is what we call the first being Professor Graham Allison's Thucydides trap, all around India, all over the world, Indo-Pacific. We have a great amount of conflict processes that are confronting all of us. And Thucydides trap, India could be a victim of it, or it can also create order out of it. And along with Professor Graham Allison's Thucydides trap, what Joseph Nye talked about is the Kindleberger trap. That means, in the absence of an international order, suitable order, if at all there is a limitation of order, then there is chaos and there is possibility of conflict. It is Joseph Nye coined the term Kindleberger trap, borrowing from Kindleberger's analysis of 1920s and 1930s vacuum in the international leadership order. And then we have the Chinese have also talked about Tacitus trap. So we have a trap or series of traps which largely signify the conflict dimension of international order that is in transition. And India, being a large country, we have no choice but to face it. Then we have the second range of challenges that the Bretton Woods institutions, be it World Bank, IMF, GATT, or WTO, or United Nations as a whole, they are, all of us in India particularly, we feel that they are pretty old institutions, 75 years old institutions. They are unable to capture rising economies or rising countries or rising realities, imaginations and aspirations, so they need to be reformed. We are a stakeholder to this reform agenda. Prime Minister Modi also several occasions he is talking about it. So we have to also, as a stakeholder of this transition or the pressure on the Bretton Woods systems, we have to also face that. Third, there's a great amount of multilateralism that is evolving all around us, and this Amitabh Acharya captures this multilateralism with the terminology called multiplex world order. There's a great amount of interdependence. Robert Cohen talked about the interdependence approach, and I think it is intense now that there's a huge amount of multilateralism over bilateralism or unipolarity. And India being a large market, we have no choice. We have to take advantage of these changes that are happening. And finally, I'll come to Richard Baldwin. He is currently teaching at Geneva School of Economics, where he talked about the idea of great convergence, where the economics of doing business has changed. Now, the American capital is integrating with the Chinese cheap labor in China, in Indonesia, in India, in Mexico. And what has emerged is a host of locations in the world which have become rich. And when Jim O'Neill in 2000 talked about BRICS, it's that kind of imagination that BRICS has emerged, and so has so many newly developed economies that have emerged. And along with their economic development, it is obvious that they will be aspirant and they will be looking forward to their dynamic involvement. Now, so the primary objective of this webinar in the context of these major changes that are happening, both in political, diplomatic, economic, and institutional, in that this webinar, we have the benefit of distinguished panel here from, and we look forward to looking at how a large country like India, which buys nearly 15 million mobiles every month, close to 15 million mobiles we buy every month. Do we connect our buying ability to the diplomatic instruments? Do we, or the population itself, the large market itself? How does India look at the whole transition, and how does India prepare to face the transition towards the advantage? And to conclude that, Richard Fontaine and Daniel Kleeman, they identify India, the 4 countries in the world, as the swing states of the world. That's India, Brazil, Indonesia, and Turkey. So we are seen to be, a lot of expectations are there, a lot of aspirations are there from within, a lot of expectations are there on India. And it is in that case, how India is proposing to negotiate the change. That's the objective of this particular webinar. So with that, I will invite the proceedings to follow. And I think Group Captain Srinivasan will take over, and then I will request the distinguished speakers to talk about how the dynamic changes that are happening around us, and how are we positioning ourselves for the whole transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Pradhan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my privilege to introduce and invite Ambassador Dr. TCA Raghavan for his address on India's foreign policy, choices and challenges. Dr. Raghavan retired from the Indian Foreign Service in December 2015. He was Indian High Commissioner to Pakistan and had also served as Deputy High Commissioner in Pakistan earlier. He was High Commissioner to Singapore, and during his last posting in Delhi in the Ministry of External Affairs, Dr. Raghavan was Joint Secretary dealing with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Iran. He had also served in Kuwait, the United Kingdom, Bhutan, and other countries. Posts earlier held in the Ministry of External Affairs by Dr. Raghavan include the Director of the Office of External Affairs Minister. He is a PhD from JNU, and his dissertation was relating to economic history of India. His current interests are historical research, strategic analysis, and the diplomatic and intellectual history of modern India. He writes, lectures, and participates in discussions on issues relating to India and South Asian diplomatic history, Pakistan, Iran, Afghanistan, and Southeast Asia. He is also the author of Attendant Lords, Behram Khan, Abdur Rahim, courtiers and poets in Mughal India, The People Next Door, The Curious History of India's Relations with Pakistan, History Men, Jagannath Sakka, G.S. Sardesai, Raghubir Singh, and Their Quest for India's Past. He assumed charge as the Director General of Indian Council of World Affairs in July 2018. It's my pleasure inviting Ambassador Raghavan for his address, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm very grateful to the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, BITS Pilani Goa campus, and the Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies for inviting me and for hosting this webinar. Thank you very much, Professor Pradhan, Dr. Srinivasan, for including me in this very distinguished panel, and I'm somewhat gratified to be in the company of Ambassador Fabian, Ambassador Lukazuk, Ambassador Vishwanathan, Professor Shiv Kumar, Professor Loger Liu, and our good friend Dr. Sumit Seth from the Ministry of External Affairs. So thank you very much. Since I'm the first speaker, I have the latitude to share my thoughts and leave the substantive part of the presentation to those who will follow. And I see you have really mapped out the terrain very, very effectively in terms of trying to understand India's interface with its external environment in terms of the topics given to different speakers. So I will try to share some thoughts which I have with regard to the opportunities and the challenges and the choices that face us today. Let me begin with a very elementary question, which is that what is the aim of foreign policy? What is the aim of any country's foreign policy? And in particular, what is the aim of Indian foreign policy? Now, obviously, there are many answers to this. The most straightforward answer is that the object and aim of India's foreign policy, or indeed any other country's foreign policy, is to safeguard sovereignty and safeguard the country's territorial integrity. But there are also other answers, and this applies to India as also to others, which is to project our influence, to project our values and our ideas, to increase our influence, to see that India has its rightful place, rightful position globally, to be a major geopolitical power and player which is respected worldwide. These are all parts of what people would generally say are the objectives of Indian foreign policy, or what underwrites Indian foreign policy. But I would put to you the proposition that we also have to think about the aims and objects and what underwrites Indian foreign policy as citizens of India. And when we think of citizens of India, I'm always reminded by something which our former president, President Abdul Kalam, had said, that a person should stand within his own shadow. We are a developing country with enormous demands on the government. There are numerous aspirations, many of which are unfulfilled. In these circumstances, what should be the expectation of Indian foreign policy? And to my mind, the answer is a simple one, that the object and the aim and the principal driver of Indian foreign policy has to be to try to secure an external environment that facilitates our national development, in the widest possible sense of the term, and which relates to how do you fulfill the expectations of our citizens for various needs, both minimum needs and also other needs. And this is really the expectation which we have from our foreign policy. Now, to secure those objectives, to have a coherent foreign policy, obviously you need a mix of both hard power instrumentalities and soft power instrumentalities. But my point is that we should never forget that these are instrumentalities. The object is to secure an external environment which enables us to focus on our national developmental goals. And I think keeping that object squarely at the center of the radar is all important for a developing country like India. It is easy, I say this because it is easy to get carried away by the logic of the instrumentalities of hard power and soft power. And the whole exercise of discussing foreign policy has to be that we don't get carried away by that logic of pursuing hard power or soft power for its own sake, but remember the principal objective, which is to have an external environment that facilitates our national development in overall sense. I wanted to say this at the very outset because this is something which strikes me very often when I listen to debates about foreign policy, that we are sometimes overlooking the fundamentals and concentrating too much on instrumentalities, on subsidiary objectives, and sometimes only on superficialities. When we talk about foreign policy, what is our external environment today? Very broadly speaking, we're all aware that we are in the midst of a global pandemic, and the process of this pandemic over the last 7-8 months has itself shown certain characteristics of the world in terms of its political economy, in terms of its geopolitics, in terms of its strategic tensions and challenges. In many ways, like any other crisis, the pandemic has been like a flash of lightning. It has illuminated the landscape. It has not so much changed the landscape, but it has illuminated it. And perhaps to some extent, it has also extenuated existing trends. So what were the trends which this pandemic has so dramatically exposed? I think the most significant trend is that we are in the midst of a very, very deep-rooted geopolitical churn. There are many elements to this churn, but the most dramatic evidence for it, the most dramatic illustration of it, is the fact that we live in an era in which we see the rise of a new hegemonic power. This new hegemon is obviously China, and I know others in the panel will be talking about it. But when we talk about the rise of this new power, there are some points which we have to remember. Firstly, that this is the rise of a great power in immediate proximity to us. And secondly, it is one with which we have a history of adversarial relations. I think keeping both these points in mind when we talk about the rise of a new hegemon is all important. We are not talking about the rise of China in the abstraction from half a continent away or from a continent away or with the ocean separating us. We are talking about the rise of a new hegemon with which we are in the midst of a major military standoff. And given the fact that we are in a major military standoff, it is all the more important that we also underscore that there are diplomatic efforts underway to try to resolve that standoff. Because as I said, we are in proximity to a great power. And in many ways, this is a unique situation for us. We have never been in close proximity of the kind we are now to a great power in the past. We have been used to dealing with the effects of great power rivalries, the effects of great power arbitrary behavior, but from a distance, slightly removed. We have never been so proximate to it. And I think this, when we talk about opportunities, challenges, options, it's very important to remember this point about proximity. The second important feature of this geopolitical churn is our immediate neighborhood. Now, clearly our neighborhood is one of enormous complexities. If we look at South Asia as a whole, there is so much in common between India and each of its South Asian neighbors. but it is also a neighborhood which has its own internal logic, its own latent tensions, and its own enormous amount of historical baggage. I think remembering these points is important, because we are, in the end, South Asia is also a neighborhood which is weakly integrated. Despite all the closeness in civilizational, historical, and cultural terms which exists, it is nevertheless a weakly integrated region or sub-region. Now, each of the relationships in South Asia has its own complexity, whether you take Afghanistan, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Myanmar, etc., etc. But I think the thought which comes to mind, again, I think it's good to reflect on this point as citizens of India and not get too much lost in the technicalities of different issues. The thought which comes to mind is about the failure of South Asian integration when you compare it with the relative or much greater success of integration in Southeast Asia in the form of, when you compare SAARC and ASEAN, the contrasts are very, very straightforward. And this certainly is both a challenge as also an opportunity, and it has a field in which we can exercise different choices. There are many aspects of detail in this, and I'm sure the other speakers will touch on it. Perhaps it requires a separate discussion in itself. But certainly, I think the opportunities, the challenges, and the choices in our immediate neighborhood are more pressing today because of the fact that we have a great power in our immediate proximity. South Asia is not the same neighborhood as it was 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. Our aim then always was to keep great powers out of our neighborhood. This was informed by the view that if you have great powers out of your neighborhood, it's in your neighbor's interest and it's in your interest. Those days are over. The question of keeping great powers out of your neighborhood no longer arises because you have a great power very much part of your neighborhood, and which is where I say this question of choices in terms of the opportunities and challenges which exist becomes so much more important. The third point which I wanted to make was about when we talk about Indian foreign policy, I think it's essential that we keep in mind two central aspects of Indian foreign policy, and these are the continental dimension and the maritime dimension. There's not so much in common between the two, and we have a long tradition, perhaps 100 years old now, of thinking too much about the continental issues and not enough about the maritime issues. The continental issues are pressing, of course. You have adversarial relations with Pakistan, you have a very complex situation in Afghanistan, you have the whole problem with China. But I think it is essential that we also think maritime, because the maritime is really where the opportunities for the future are. And by the future, I mean the immediate future and the medium-term future. I think I don't want to spend too much time on this, but when we are thinking about the maritime, again, two major, the major contrast to be kept in view is the difference between the situation on our east with the situation on the west. If we look at the eastern Indian Ocean or the Bay of Bengal littoral, by and large, you find an environment which is characterized by a pretty high density of intergovernmental agreements, interregional arrangements, and some basis for state-to-state cooperation. So you have organizations like BIMSTEC, you have ASEAN, you have the East Asia Summit process. There are platforms which provide for interstate cooperation, and in the process, they also help in moderating conflict. So I think the whether you look at the emerging situations with China in the South China Sea or the Chinese push into the Indian Ocean, those are very, very grave issues as far as our strategic policies are concerned. But there are these modulating, tempering influences in the form of various intergovernmental arrangements and intergovernmental platforms. Now, I emphasize this because when you look at the Western Indian Ocean or the Arabian Sea littoral, you find a total absence of such arrangements and such platforms. The Arabian Sea littoral is like a zoo as compared to the Bay of Bengal littoral. You have India versus Pakistan, you have Iran versus Saudi Arabia versus Yemen, you have all the other internal tensions of the Gulf, then you have the tensions of West Asia being passed on to further to the east and so on and so forth. And there are no interlocking intergovernmental umbrellas which can help moderate and temper these conflicts. Now, again, this is a great challenge for us, but it also provides opportunities if we make the right choices. And I think keeping this aspect of thinking maritime, and when we think maritime, to think maritime bicamerally about our east and our west and try to integrate that into a single vision is very important. My fourth point is about something which used to be a sacred cow or a holy cow in the past, which is non-alignment. In our own times, non-alignment has gone through there are different transformations in it. About 10 years ago, we had non-alignment 2.0. Thereafter, there is talk about multi-alignment, strategic autonomy, and so on. What is the future of that, and what are the opportunities and challenges this particular heritage, this particular baggage presents for us? I think for Indians in the present day context, amidst all the different geopolitical forces that surround us, I think it is important that we think we don't think immediately in terms of alliances and concerts. I think it is important that we situate ourselves in terms of our own history, and more than history, we situate ourselves in terms of our geography. And if you bring geography and history into the equation, I think our thinking will then drift more towards coalitions rather than alliances. And I think thinking smart about coalitions is something which presents to us different opportunities, because it also in a sense safeguards a certain importance which we have to accord because of our size, because of our geopolitical location, to the whole concept of strategic autonomy. Now, again, this is a subject where we can talk about a great deal, but I don't want to take too much time, and I'll rapidly sum up some ideas which I have about how we should see and exercise our choices and how we should try to develop opportunities. To my mind, the grave danger which geopolitical challenges and geopolitical threats poses to a country like India and poses to intellectuals in India is to excessively securitize our worldview. Now, an excessive securitization in some ways almost becomes incumbent on us, given the kind of relations we have had with Pakistan, or given the kind of challenges which exist with regard to China, given also the issues which come up from time to time in our own neighborhood and within the country. But I think it is something which we should try to temper and try to moderate to whatever extent we can. I think India's great strength has always been and will continue to lie in advancing ideas of desecuritization. And now, this is easier said than done. How do you desecuritize a relationship such as we have with Pakistan? It's not easy, but I think if we look to the long-term interests of India, and more importantly, if we look to our strengths, you realize that the capacities you have in a desecuritized relationship are far in excess of any strength which you may have in a securitized approach. This is something which we can discuss, but my brief point really is that we have to think much more deeply and much more constantly about desecuritized agendas. The second point, and I think Professor Shiv Kumar is talking about this at greater length. I think for a foreign policy of India for the future, it is essential that its knowledge base be strengthened. And the first step towards strengthening that knowledge base is to be less complacent about the current depth of our intellectual discourse or scholarly discourse about international relations and foreign policy making in India. I'm sure Professor Shiv Kumar will be talking about this when he talks about area studies and so on. But to my mind, strengthening of our knowledge base about our immediate neighborhood, about countries further away, is really it's a no-brainer when it comes to talking about Indian foreign policy choices and opportunities for the future. The other point which I've already mentioned is that we should think much more about, we should think much more in maritime terms about the maritime dimension than we do. But the final point I wish to make, and I'll stop with that, is that we have to certainly expand the field of our self-reliance. But at the same time, we also have to think beyond the nation state and think multilaterally. Why do I say that? If you look at the world around today, the geopolitical churn, what is very evident is the weaknesses of states. At a time when state power appears to be overwhelming, you also realize that state power has never been more infirm than it is today. If you look at public health issues or the pandemic, for instance, the limitations on state power are self-evident. You have the strongest economies and polities in the world which have been felled by a pandemic, and they have not been able to respond effectively. The second is the issue of climate change. There is no single state, no matter how strong it is, or coalition of states, no matter how effective that coalition is, which can on its own deal with the challenge of climate change and indeed of the public health issues thrown up by the pandemic. And finally, the issue of technology disruptions, the new technologies emerging, and the limitations on states by themselves being able to adapt or effectively address the challenges posed by these technology disruptions. So my point briefly is that we have to increase self-reliance in a whole range of fields, but while focusing on the self-reliance aspect, we cannot stop thinking in multilateral terms. I think I've taken up my 23 minutes, so I'll stop here by thanking the organizers and Dr. Pradhan and Dr. Srinivasan in particular for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Actually, the floor is now open for questions from audience. My only request is please unmute and speak one at a time. Better still would be that you post your question on the chat box and we can convey it to the ambassador for replies. Thank you. The floor is open. In fact, sir, we have a lot of comments. Actually, there are no questions. I have 15-20 comments which are In fact, people have taken it like they have taken notes from your speech. I can put it that way. Okay, so like, I will just say new realities, rise of a new hegemon, China, a power which is in immediate vicinity and has had an adversarial history. And like that, there are a lot of very interesting comments are there, but I can't see any question.
So, Dr. Srinivasan, with your permission, if I can ask the first question, please.
Please, sir, please.
Sir, Ambassador Raghavan, thank you very much. I think it's a wonderful correlation of many facts and both at the normative level and at the structural level. One particular development that is happening is that there's a theme called decline of nation states. But when the pandemic happened, everybody looked at the state to provide, state as a provider, state as a maintaining of order and provider. So there is a parallel debate is also growing internationally also, that when the times of crisis, the state is looked upon as the ultimate answer to everything. So how do we negotiate? I mean, peace, normal time versus crisis time. How do we look at the state role of state?
Well, you see, to my mind, much of the discussion and the discourse about the decline of nation states has come to us from the West, because they are at a different stage of their development. For developing countries like India, you have no option but the state, because who else can act as an engine for development? So I think in India, this talk about the decline of the state, or in most developing countries, the idea about the decline of the state was always something which we viewed as an abstract issue, maybe relevant to the European Union, and then measuring it in terms of how much success or failure they had in trying to create a supra-state authority. But as far as developing countries are concerned, this was largely an academic, esoteric kind of debate. I think quite apart from the pandemic, the state in developing countries has the burden of expectations and the burden of responsibility, which you cannot compare with what the state does in the developed world. I think we are still at the state building stage of our historical experience. I mean, if you look at the very, very tiny quantum of state presence in Africa, in very large parts of Asia, in India, and compare it to highly developed states of West or North America, that difference is quite obvious. We are, the state in India, compared to its size and the size of its population, it's still a minuscule entity. We need to develop and build the state much more, to much greater dimensions, and for it to enable fulfill many other roles. What is the nature of that state is, of course, a matter for debate domestically. But strengthening institutions, I don't think we have any option but to go down that track.
Thank you.
Ambassador Raghavan sir, I have a question here in the chat box from a research scholar. Muthu Sweetie is the name. The question is, what is the stand of India, that is in your opinion, what is the stand of India in the current Indo-Pacific issue and the current inking of BECA? That is the Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement for Geospatial Cooperation. Yes, sir.
Well, your relations with the United States have been rapidly developing over the past quarter century. So each time there is a major development in the bilateral field. It looks like a turning point or a milestone. In fact, there is a process that the United States is a very important country. You need to strengthen your relationship with it. Certainly, that process has acquired a certain drama and a certain animation because of the erosion in your relations with China, as equally the China's relations with the United States. Now, the same logic is often used with regard to the Indo-Pacific, but I think the Indo-Pacific is a different, slightly different issue because rather than seeing it simply in terms of the strengthening of US-India relations or the deterioration of US-China relations, I think we also have to see it in terms of our own growing maritime domain awareness, that we are thinking in maritime terms much more than we did in the past. And when you think in maritime terms, you realize the unity between the Indian and the Pacific Oceans. For instance, despite all the current discussions about there is this newfound interest in the Pacific, in the South China Sea, in Vietnam. But the fact is that this unity between the Indian Oceans, between the Bay of Bengal, and between the South China Sea is 2,000 years old. If you just have to go to Angkor Wat once and to see that essential proximity which always existed between the Indian and the Pacific Ocean. So I think the Indo-Pacific is really our own maritime thinking coming center stage. As far as the Indo-US agreement is concerned, as I said, there is a growing proximity in our relations. To some extent, it is also informed by our own current developments with regard to China, as also the erosion in the relationship between the Chinese and the United States. But I think if one looks at it in general terms, one should never forget one factor. And that is that what drove Indian foreign policy till, let's say, last year or till the year before last was this desire to be in a sweet spot where your relations with China and your relations with the United States are better than the relations with China and the United States had with each other. Now, I think that is the kind of position we should always try to be in. Tactically, for various reasons, you may not be able to achieve that position immediately, but as an objective of foreign policy, keeping in mind our own national interests, and as I said, your own national developmental agendas, that is the kind of position you should try to achieve.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I have 7 more questions, but with due apologies to the audience, I don't think we will have the comfort of time. So I will take the liberty of just one single question, sir. Only one single question. I will pose it to you. This is from another research scholar, Lewis, and he says, sir, what do you see as one of the most critical challenges India faces today, having moved away from the policy of non-alignment? Is it more of a regional challenge with its neighbors, or is it trying to find its role in the international scene?
Well, there's no one answer to this question, but my view is what I said earlier, which is what President Kalam had said, that a person should try to stand inside his own shadow. I think we should be realistic in our foreign policy objectives. We shouldn't try to overreach or burn ourselves out in trying to be something which we are not. I think we face very difficult regional challenges just now with regard to China, with regard to Pakistan, because of developments in the maritime zone. Yes, And to address them, we will require a great deal of national resolution and showing a certain amount of resolute spirit. At the same time, we should try to address these challenges, keeping in mind our own national priorities and our own national goals of development. Let me put it very briefly just to round up. You see, regardless of whatever challenge we face externally, and this is my view, and perhaps some in the panel will disagree, regardless of any challenges we face externally, there is no external challenge which is comparable to the domestic challenges and domestic aspirations which we face. Foreign policy agendas.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Ambassador, for graciously accepting 2 questions. There are 7 more questions now, but I will request the audience to bear with me. We will move to the next speaker, and time permitting, at the end, we will have an open forum discussion on all the questions that are in the chat box. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to introduce and invite Ambassador Thomas, the Polish ambassador to India, for his address on European Union relations with India, expectations and challenges. Ambassador Thomas is a Marie Curie, Sklodowska-Curie Global India Research Fellow at Global India Program, member of the Faculty of Political Science and International Studies, University of Warsaw. He worked in Polish Foreign Service for 25 years, serving as ambassador in Indonesia, Singapore, East Timor, and also in India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Maldives. He served for 4 years as Deputy Director and Director of Asia and the Pacific Department at Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was instrumental in forging the concept of Asia and Pacific Forum, aimed at deeper cooperation and coordination among important scientific and research centers for Asian studies in Poland. He supported Polish universities and think tanks in developing their contacts and links with Asian partners in areas vital for the development for their cooperation. He represented Poland at various conferences on Afghanistan, Pakistan International Contact Group, and ASAM, preparing several papers and reports. He was also the Director of Infrastructure Department of Polish Foreign Ministry. His areas of expertise are integration processes in South and Southeast Asia, Indonesian and Indian internal and foreign policy. At present, his research interests are regionalism and inter-regional cooperation of Bay of Bengal countries, as well as maritime strategies of biggest littoral countries of Indian Ocean and also the maritime governance. It's my privilege to invite Ambassador Thomas for his address, please.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I would like to express my deepest gratitude for Pilani Goa campus of BITS and certainly for Professor Pradhan and Dr. Shiemba-san for inviting me to this event. And I was privileged to visit the campus before in person. Now I'm my second visit due to the pandemic situation is only online. But the situation of COVID-19 is it's as you know, it's now in Europe even worse than in India, and what we need nowadays is to cooperate and to tackle this pandemic problem together. In my presentation, I would like to focus on two issues of the cooperation. I mean, the security and economic cooperation, because the political pillar of our strategic partnership established 16 years ago, it's very strong, and the summits, even despite the pandemic situation, the 15th summit took place in July, and it was really proof that our political cooperation between the European Union and India is really at the highest possible level. In mentioned summit in July, what was stressed is that the cooperation is needed in new dimension of the security, because before we discussed the military, the human security. Now we are with a new dimension. There's a health security, and the health security for both partners is a certainly very crucial issue, and we need to cooperate in health security and the pandemic crisis preparedness. And what is the important element? Certainly to solve the problem of pandemia is to work together for vaccine, and vaccine is both India and the European Union. They agreed that vaccine should become a global common good. It shouldn't be distributed, and it shouldn't be, let's say, a luxury. It shouldn't be a luxury because the scale of pandemia is the biggest since the 20th of the last century, and it should be the approach towards the pandemic problem should be a democratic one, and inclusive, not exclusive. Another issue is the importance of ramping up the manufacturing of vital medical supplies, and stepping up cooperation to ensure a continued flow of the supplies. And I would like to just use this opportunity with the personal touch that Poland, the member of the European Union, was also facilitated by Indian producers with masks, and we are really grateful for this gesture, and we have still a lot of Indian manufacturers offering masks for Polish people. Security, as I said, security became an important element of the European Union-India cooperation. Before, European Union was only considered as a soft power of a trade partner, but due to the growing asymmetry and the processes mentioned by my predecessor, certainly the security in all areas became one of essentials of our strategic partnership. Security nowadays covers say all the areas of life, and this not only about the physical security, it's all about peacekeeping and peacemaking and non-proliferation. It's also about cyber security, cybersecurity and maritime security and terrorism. In all those areas, our cooperation is improving year by year, but due to the current situation, I think it's a high time to fasten the path of steps and the cooperation in this particular area of cooperation. So hopefully after COVID, so we could see the even more endeavors from both sides to deepen the security cooperation. Security cooperation is essential also for economy, because first of all, we have to remember that the security of strategic lanes of communication, it's crucial to keep the trade between European Union and India intact, because this is the 90% of our trade is by the sea, and from our perspective, we from the European Union perspective, we expect even more India's engagement in our activities in next to Horn of Africa and all the sea lines of communication in the Indian Ocean region. And what in this context is important, that after inviting Australia for Malabar exercises, so I think now the European Union countries might be next guests to be invited to make this important security process more cohesive and holistic. Speaking about the security and transportation, and with the links with the economy, transportation by air is also significant for trade and investment level. And European Union, as the biggest partner and investor for India, needs to keep direct flights from the biggest capitals from Europe to India, not only to Delhi, but certainly to Mumbai, Kolkata, Chennai, and Bangalore. This particular way of transportation is important to keep post-COVID direct contacts between businessmen from Europe and India alive. Without it, those contacts and facilitation of trade and investment would be harmed, and from our perspective, it's really essential to have Lufthansa, Lord Swissair, and other airlines from Europe to allow them to fly from Europe to India, and from India to Europe, to facilitate this exchange of businessmen between two countries. And from our perspective, we have, Polish perspective, we as you know, we have direct flights from Warsaw to Delhi, and hopefully hopefully in post-COVID perspective, we would like to have it not only to Delhi but also to Mumbai. Our Polish airlines, they are starting nowadays, due to the fact that we have still pandemic situation, they are starting now the flights to Mumbai, but only for, with cargo. But in post-COVID, they would like to extend also for passengers. Speaking about speaking about the business and trade, what we are negotiating nowadays with India for several years is FTA. And from our perspective, European Union perspective, is important to understand that we have, this is the group of independent countries and independent views and interests, despite the fact that we are union, but still we have our own nation's interests, and union, it's to serve the interests of all those countries. So the combining of all those interests of the countries is really difficult. So that's why the negotiations, our negotiations, they last so long. But if India would like to have this FTA quicker and faster on table, so I think it's good to have say the mechanism, to introduce a mechanism of lobbying in Brussels, lobbying in the European Union capitals, because this is the European Union way of reaching agreement. And for this, certainly we need more exchange of views, more meetings with both partners. And I remember from my talks in Delhi that there's still talk about the need for the sectoral approach in this particular case, and it could be the sectoral approach, and the sectoral agreement could give mutual benefit for the European Union and India, and also it could also give a new dimension for the trade and investment between two partners. We are aware of some India's, let's say, the complexity and the attitudes towards the opening the market, the market in, for example, in agriculture, but it's agriculture. The opening of the market of the agriculture could be made in different ways, and the food processing market could be an answer. I mean, to allow European companies to contribute to the process of establishment of cold chains in India, and strengthening of food industry in India, because the food, it's only 10% of Indian food is processed, and we could really be a good partner in this particular industry. Speaking about other areas, I think that as my predecessor said, taking into consideration the the rise of the new hegemonic power, not only in regional but global scale. I think we could cooperate with India together to stand together and to cooperate, not to have, let's say, the situation when we are separated, when we have to face the hegemonic powers alone. It's better to stand together and to have a closer relations within our strategic partnership. Thank you very much for your attention and for the opportunity given to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Thomas. With due permission, sir, I would like to open the floor for any questions from the audience. Please speak one at a time. You can unmute and speak, or please post the questions in the chat box. That will be more convenient. I have a lot of comments which are complimenting your talk, sir. Actually, but the sectoral approach, particularly that you mentioned about, I think
Thank you.
The imagination of people. Actually, I have a lot of comments. I don't seem to have questions. Actually, they are complimenting you.
If I can ask a question.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, Ambassador Thomas, thank you very much. You remembered having visited our campus, and thank you very much. I have one question and one suggestion also. Question is that India, European Union, FTA. I think it is a much larger question, and India being a larger market, I think there's a huge global attention on India is there. So what is the bottleneck, or what do you think could be the limitations between India and European Union FTA to be executed? That's one. And suggestion is that I think sectoral cooperation you talked about. Our campus, we are an engineering student, and I can assure you that the students of our campus, Pilani University as a whole, that they're the brighter than thou lot. They're the global wealth creators. So can you think in terms of institutional collaboration between Warsaw University and Pilani, depending on areas? Can we think in that direction? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Shall I now respond, or just wait for another one?
Please,
yes. Do you see the there's a respond. Okay. So thank you very much, Srinivasan. So bottlenecks, yes. I mean, I experienced those bottlenecks myself when I was ambassador to India, and in Delhi we discuss with colleagues from the ministries in Delhi, in ministries, Indian ministries. And bottlenecks, yes. I mean, as I said, we have interests of different countries, and some are against of European Union countries. Some of them are against of the opening of the markets. For example, they are afraid of the vibrant automotive industry of India, because you are making progress so quick that they are afraid that you can take all our markets for Indian cars, and this is one bottleneck. I mean, to have this different countries of having to open the automotive market, or to open also some other pharmacy market also for Indian products. But as I said, it's first of all, we have to talk more, and not only on the occasion of summits, but the talk should, and the occasion of the ministerial visit, but the lobbying. I mean, the lobbying. It's we need Indian representatives not only as guests, but we need the bigger representation of Indian business in Brussels, because this is the way how all the decisions are prepared in the European Union. I mean, you have 20,000 bureaucrats. You have European Union Parliament with another few thousand people being involved. So you have to go around. You have to present yourself, and so on and so on. So certainly, I do understand that you have let's say this centralized foreign policy, but in case of this particular challenge, I mean FTA negotiations. So it would be good to have all this FICI, CII, and other chambers of industry and commerce of India to have representations, because this is it could really facilitate the dialogue on FTA, because you will have opportunity to speak directly to the decision makers in Europe and to present all, let's say, the complexity of Indian way of development of economy, and present your arguments and probably convince some decision makers to sign. I mean, to agree for a limited sectoral FTA. If speaking about the cooperation, certainly, I mean, we have a institutional international cooperation with many universities. I mean, I'm speaking about my university, with Indian academics, and it would be really good to have it. But for today, we have situation that our vice chancellor, deputy vice chancellor are now on quarantine. The campus is closed, and we had yesterday 21,000 new infections in Poland. From this, 3,500 in Warsaw only. So I think we can discuss, we can think about it, but in terms of signing something and moving, I think it's we have to limit ourselves to the webinar mode. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sir, I have one question for you from a research scholar, Louis. His question is, do you see EU-India relations have been closer than before during the current pandemic, as all 28 EU members have diplomatic missions in India? His question is, do you see India and EU getting closer because of the pandemic situation? I suppose that is what he meant.
Yes. I mean, I mentioned at the very beginning of my presentation that yes, this cooperation is even closer, because what was decided to, for example, I mean, there was the summit took place. I mean, certainly on the remote mode, but it took place. It's a proof that both parties are very keen to develop the strategic cooperation. We have really very I mean, on remote, but still exchange of the exchange of the views with Indian friends. And what is also important, cooperation, not only the highest political level and also the academic level, which also is very good, because this is your webinar is not the first I'm participating, believe me. I mean, together with Indian colleagues from Indian universities. But it's also about economy. That despite all those hiccups and bottlenecks and this COVID situation, the trade is really doing pretty well, and maritime transportation does not really was limited during last 7 months. It really we have very good statistics in our trade between India and European Union. What could be certainly better? I mean, to have, for example, mangoes, Indian mangoes on the European Union market. But as I explained it to my friends, Indian ambassadors in Europe, so it's also the matter of marketing and really the hard work on daily basis with all European Union businessmen. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Thomas. Sir, actually, there are 4 or 5 more questions, but I will request the audience to bear with me. I will keep them for the end of the sessions for open forum. I will, request them to, pardon me for that. So, with your permission, I will move on to the next speaker.
Yes, please.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to introduce and invite Ambassador Vishwanathan for his address on India-Latin America relations, a new paradigm in the 21st century. Ambassador Vishwanathan was Ambassador of India to Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. He headed the Ministry of External Affairs Division on Latin America and the Caribbean, as well as its Investment and Trade Promotion Division. He has specialized in Latin America since 1996 and has been a regular contributor to newspapers and business journals, besides giving talks at think tanks and universities across India, Latin America, and the United States. As self-confessed Latinophile, Ambassador Vishwanathan is an avid reader of Latin American literature and admirer of Latino culture. He is also a former distinguished fellow, India Latin America Forum from 2013 to 2015. His own biography, and this is where, sir, I must tell you that I was smitten the moment I read this. So I'm happy to say this particular line. His own biography, Malgudi to Makando, the journey of an innocent Indian through the seductive Latin America, was published by Indo-Latin American Chamber. He has authored 6 books and guides for business with Latin America. I must also mention that the ambassador is a keen golfer and travels the world to tee off from enviable greens, I suppose, in Latin America particularly. Ambassador Vishwanathan, sir, it is my privilege to invite you for your address.
Good afternoon. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. India's relations with Latin America has evolved in 3 phases. From the 50s to the 70s, It was a stage of mutual ignorance and indifference. Latin Americans did not see India as attractive, did not feel the need to reach out to India. And the Indians felt the same about Latin America. The Latin Americans thought at that time, their perception was that India was a country of too many people, too many languages, religions, issues, and Indians were slow. Remember the Hindu rate of growth. So they thought Indians were slow, they can't catch up to meet the needs of the large population. So they used to have a joke about India in those days. That how do you make an Indian laugh on a Friday? How do you make an Indian laugh on a Friday? You tell him a joke on Monday. It will take 5 working days to process it, to understand, consult his astrologer, and finally decide to laugh. The Indians, their perception about Latin America in those years was it was a region of political instability, economic volatility, military coups, and dictatorships, and revolutions. And they thought Latinos were too fast, too adventurous, too experimentalists. And they also had a joke about the Latin Americans. And that was, why do Latin Americans, when they enter the bar, they order 3 beers? They don't order 1. They order 3 beers. Why? Because of the hyperinflation. By the time they finish 1 beer and order the next one, the price would have gone up. So they ordered 3 beers, too fast. And there was this mutual joke. And that was that one can never say accurately the Indian population and Latin American inflation. By the time you finish the sentence, both would have gone up. So this was the mutual perception in the first 3 decades of the 1970s. In the 80s and 90s, it was a stage what I would call as a casual flirtation, one-night stand. Latin America had transitioned from dictatorship to democracies, tentatively. And the power had moved from the military barracks slowly to the oligarchic mansions. And the economy, they were struggling with neoliberalism. The experiments and poverty had gone up after the neoliberalistic experiments. The Latin Americans saw India in this period, 80s and 90s, as a period of new promise by Rajiv Gandhi and later economic liberalization. But it was tentative, so they couldn't have a long-term vision for each other. And then now, with the new millennium, there's a total paradigm shift. It is a new paradigm. Now there is mutually favorable disposition, mutual interest, mutual attraction. Indians see Latin America as politically having become mature. Now democracy have become stronger and more stable. Look at these recent elections in the last 2 weekends. We had elections in Bolivia on 18th of October. And look at all the noise and polarization and all the controversies in United States. And here we have this poor little Bolivia has a clear, clean, fair election and elect a president. And even while the counting was going on, the opposition as well as the interim government, they had accepted the verdict. So smooth. And this Sunday we had the referendum in Chile, which was suffering from a constitution imposed on the country by Augusto Pinochet, which was a neoliberalistic oligarchic constitution where the aspirations of poor people and the masses were not met. So the Chileans protested for the last 1 year, and they have succeeded. Now the government has agreed to hold a referendum, and they already held a referendum. They have agreed to have a new constitution to be framed by the representatives of the people, in which 50% of the framers of the constitution would be women. Now, in the 21st century, power has moved decisively from the barracks and the oligarchic mansions to the streets. The masses have been empowered. Today, the actual rulers of Latin America are the common people. They decide whom to elect, and if the rulers don't deliver, or if they go overboard with the hubris, they bring them down. Even it happened to the iconic Lula and to Evo Morales. So now this is true democracy where people have been empowered. So this is good for the solid future of democracy in the region. And the economy also has undergone a paradigm shift, except for some exceptions like Venezuela and Argentina. The macroeconomic fundamentals of the region have become stable, strong, and solid. So now India sees Latin America as a land of democracy and economic growth and opportunities. And the Latin Americans look at India and see as an emerging power, as a large and growing economy. And they see opportunities for them in India. So there is this new process of discovering each other, exploring each other has started seriously and systematically. And both the sides find each other attractive, and both sides find synergies and complementarities between each other. Now, I'll give you some illustration of this new paradigm of synergies and complementarities and how the two have become attractive to each other, not with theories, but with some solid numbers. Many in the audience were saying that Latin America is too far, the freight is too high, so Latin American countries may not be that important for India's exports and trade. Now, let me give some numbers. Last year, India exported $213 million to Dominican Republic, which is more than the exports to Cambodia, which was just 188 million. Now, Dominican Republic is 15,000 kilometers away, and many people in India can't place it in the map. And there is a population of just 11 million. But Cambodia is just 2,000 kilometers. It's just in the backyard. And it has got a population of 16 million. But still, Dominican Republic is more important for India's export than Cambodia. Last year, we exported $185 million to Honduras, in the middle of Central America, which is more than India's exports to Uzbekistan, which is just 1,500 kilometers away, which is $180 million. Honduras has a population of 10 million, and Uzbekistan has got 3 times more. Last year, India exported over $1 billion to Colombia, which has got 50 million population, which is more than where Subit Seth was there in his last posting, Myanmar, which is next door, which has got 53 million population, and our exports are only 933 million. India exported to the 6 Central American countries of 40 million over $1 billion, which is double India's exports to the 6 stans, Central Asia, Tajikistan and Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, and which are nearby, which has got almost double the population of Central America. Our exports to Brazil and Mexico are close to $4 billion each, which are more than our exports to Russia, Canada, Egypt, or to Nigeria, and sometimes even to our neighbors. So this is the new paradigm. The largest item of our exports from India to Latin America should be a surprise to many people. It's vehicles, $3.6 billion. Today, Mexico is the second largest export destination for India's car exports. And Colombia is the second largest global destination for India's motorcycle exports. Latin America accounts for 28% of India's car exports and 22% of India's motorcycle exports. India is the second largest supplier of motorcycles to Latin America, $500 million. And we exported last year over $1 billion of pharmaceuticals. Chemicals were $2.5 billion. So totally our exports were $15.2 billion, which is quite large. And this can be doubled in the next 4 or 5 years to about $25 billion. And Indian companies have invested $12 billion in the region, in pharmaceuticals, energy, chemicals, automobile sectors. I'll give you some illustrations. There's a company called UPL, United Phosphorus Limited from Mumbai. It is the largest Indian agrochemical company. Largest Indian agrochemical company. But today, it does more business in Brazil than in India. They do $1.2 billion in Brazil. In India, it is 6,000 crores, less than $1 billion. And their business in Latin America is over $1.4 billion. It is India's largest agrochemical company. There's a company called Mothersons from Noida. They get a revenue of almost $1 billion from their plants, auto parts producing plants in Mexico and Brazil, which are over 15 plants employing over 10,000 people. Latin America accounts for 10% of their global revenue. And it's not only the big companies, even small entrepreneurs. Like, for example, I have a friend called Aziz Abdul. He's a Tamil from Pondicherry. And he produces wines in Argentina, in Mendoza. A brand called Chateau Ana. Now, imagine a Tamil Muslim producing wines in Argentina. And he studied IT and he holds a French passport. This is the new paradigm. The big companies and the small companies, they see opportunities in Latin America and find it attractive. TCS does over $700 million of business annually in Latin America. We have about 2 dozen IT and BPO and KPO companies of India, which do annually $1.5 billion of business in Latin America. And they employ about 50,000 Latin American staff. And they have a new business model to service their North American clients. So with these 30,000 staff in Latin America, they do same time zone delivery. They do the daytime service from there, and then the night they ship to India. This is a new business model of 12 by 12, servicing the clients in North America in the same time zone from Latin America, and then shipping to India. That's how today Indian business has gone ahead and explored and discovered all these opportunities and find it attractive. Now, to romance and love, to be sustainable, it has to be mutual interest. There should be interest on the other side also. While I explained to you how Latin America has become attractive for Indian business, let me tell you the other side. Last year, Latin America exported $21 billion to India. India was the seventh largest export destination for Latin America. But in 2014, India was number 3 after US and China. Today, Latin America exports more to India than to Germany, France, UK, Spain, or Italy, all their traditional trade partners. The Latin American companies have also found opportunities for business in India through investment in joint ventures. There is a small company from Peru called AJV, AJV, AJV. They make big cola, which competes with Pepsi Cola and Coca-Cola in Maharashtra. Imagine, after the entry of these giant Indian cola companies folded up. And here comes a Peruvian company making a bet on the lower middle class of India with this big cola, giving more cola for less money. And they're successful. Now they want to open another plant here in Gurgaon. And you have 3 IT companies of Latin America from Mexico, Brazil, and Argentina. They employ almost 2,000 people in Bangalore and Noida and Chennai to use Indian talent for their global delivery. So this is the new attraction of India for Latin America. And they see this in the long term. And culturally, I find that Latin Americans have taken to yoga, meditation, hundreds of thousands of followers of gurus, and they are even using the Gandhian non-violence and ahimsa and satyagraha for tackling urban violence in many parts of Latin America. And in India, I see that salsa has become popular, and Spanish is the second most popular foreign language after English. It used to be French, but now Spanish is overtaken French. And through these interactions of people, and particularly young people, there is a new paradigm, new mindset, disposition towards each other. So now it is for the government to catch up. And the Latin Americans, they have opened embassies, Costa Rica, Bolivia, El Salvador, Guatemala. But we haven't opened embassies in those countries. And so the government needs to catch up with this attraction of Latin America for India. And the Latin Americans are looking at India even more seriously than because of the emergence of China. Now, China does the same thing in Latin America as they do in other places. They are given credit of about $150 billion. They invested about $110 billion in investment, and they do business of over $250 billion. But the Latin Americans are a little afraid. They are a bit scared. They want to reduce their over-dependence on China. And so they see India as a possibility of diversification. And they got fed up with Trump and all this anti-Latino sentiment in United States and the protectionism in Europe. So that is why they attach more value to relations with India, which is benign, which is non-threatening. But as I said in the beginning, still that old perception continues in a different way. See, the Latin Americans are upfront. When they want something, they tell you. So there is a salsa song by a singer from Puerto Rico called La India, which means the India. It's her artistic name. Her real name is Linda Vieira Caballero. She has a song, this Seduce-me, Bésame, Abrázame, Ámame. It's obvious. I don't have to translate this. But India is still a bit slow, like the famous song of Luis Fonsi, Despacito. It means slow. Pasito a pasito, poquito a poquito, suave, suavecito. So they find the Indians are still a bit slow to catch up. So that's where I hope our friend Dr. Sumit and our colleagues in the ministry would give more attention to Latin America and to catch up with the businessmen and the people who are ahead in the game. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I mean, actually, I think you probably prompted all of us to fall in love with Latin America the way you have fallen in love with that continent. And in any case, salsa, as you said, has caught up in India. Okay, it catches imagination everywhere. The younger generation is definitely fascinated. And I'm sure our relationships, formal or otherwise, will also grow with the continent of Latin America. Now I will open the floor for questions. If there are any from this thing, kindly post them in the chat box. Yes, sir, we have one straight away. Sir, Professor Pradhan, sir, just please give me a minute. I will. There is a question, sir, from scholar Louis again. The question is, do you see India replacing the US as the new, he has used the term hegemonic power, so I will read it that way only. Do you see India replacing the US as the new hegemonic power in Latin America? As most Latin American countries want to look up to someone as a big brother and see the US more of an adversary than reliable trading partner, with the exception of countries like Brazil.
It's very loaded.
It's a loaded question, sir.
You see, people in India, they have misperception about Latin America, thinking that it is after Africa, it is backward, and it's not that developed. But Latin America is a mixed breed of European and American genes, and they are much more advanced than India in many ways. So they don't look up to India as a big brother, no way. But the thing is, in a multipolar world, like India is trying to play the game on all sides and get the best out of everyone. So they would like to use India as a long-term large market for their exports and align their aspirations with India's for developmental needs, and to reduce over-dependence on China and the United States and Europe. So just a limited niche role. They would be happy if they could get about 10% of their exports to India, and we would be happy if we could export just 10% of our exports to Latin America. That's it, 10%.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sir, there is one more question from Dr. Bikash Dev Chura. The question is, have we been able to tap the full potential engagement with Latin America, especially in energy security?
Yes, we have made a very good beginning. We have invested over $2 billion in oil sector in Venezuela, Colombia, and Brazil. And in fact, 50% of our imports from Latin America is crude oil. It used to account for 10 to 20%, average about 15% or so. But now, because of this damn American sanctions, we have stopped out of Venezuela. But once that is normalized, we would continue this import of crude oil from Latin America. Latin America has surplus capacity for production and export of oil. They can export easily about 4 million barrels per day. So we can count on Latin America for about 15% of crude oil to, for our own strategic diversification, so that we are not over dependent upon the Middle East, the volatile Middle East. And secondly, even in the new renewable energy sector, Latin America is an important area of the large resource of lithium, which is going to be useful for these electric cars, plus other minerals like cobalt and so on. So that would also come in handy when India goes in the electric way.
Thank you, Ambassador. Sir, I am actually tempted to allow one more question. The question is very interesting. That I thought I must pose it to you. It has come from Harinder Singh. He's a captain in the Navy and he's a PhD scholar. What is Latin America's stand as far as Indo-Pacific regional strategic rivalry, confrontational competition, and balance of power challenges? How far do you see India's maritime goodwill strategies making headway in these littorals?
Well, when I took over as Joint Secretary in the Ministry of External Affairs, my boss asked me the first day, tell me which are the top 5 issues. I said, sir, we have no issues. That's our problem. You have issues with Pakistan, you have China, United States, But here we are trying very hard to create issues. So, these kind of things, it takes time, and the Latin Americans are not that much interested in this kind of strategy thing, because it's a peaceful continent, and they have no terrorism. Like we go around asking for their support for terrorism. They ask what? Because the region is free from terrorism. They have no interest. But then wherever they can support India, they would definitely support.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Sir, with due apologies to all the audience, I will stop the questions here and we'll move on to the next speaker. Thank you, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege now to introduce and invite Ambassador KP Fabian for his address on India's options in the context of changing geopolitical setting. Ambassador Fabian served in the Indian Foreign Service from 1964 to 2000. His last posting was in Rome as ambassador to Italy, and he was also the permanent representative to UN organizations, including FAO, WFP, and IFAD. While in service, he had written and spoken extensively on international affairs at universities in Madagascar, Austria, Iran, Sri Lanka, Canada, Finland, Qatar, and Italy. His presentation on the North-South dialogue was published as a monograph, by McGill University in Montreal. He was a director and board member of the Syndicate Bank, KPS Manon Chair, Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, visiting professor, JNU, director and board member, Banyan Tree, and presently he is board member, the Hope Project, New Delhi, and he is also a professor at the Indian Society of International Law, New Delhi. He was instrumental in the safe evacuation of stranded Indians during the Iraqi invasion in 1990, the Kuwait. Working closely with Foreign Minister I.K. Gujral, he was instrumental in the evacuation initiative and also was personally responsible for keeping the Air India crew motivated in this emergency situation. It is my privilege to invite Ambassador Fabian for his address, please.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, for that very cordial and not so brief introduction. I'm sorry that I've been around for so long. Well, dear conveners, Professor Pradhan and Dr. Srinivasan, thank you and congratulations because the webinar is doing very well. And it started very well with your excellent concept notes. As Plato said, what is well begun will certainly end well. Now, I am very glad to find myself in the company of a very distinguished galaxy of panelists. And but I also find myself in a situation where most of what I wanted to say has been said by them, and that too with more felicity than ever I could have managed. Now, I have another, what shall I say, predicament, and that is, one has to say good afternoon, good evening, and good morning all at the same time because of the cyberspace. Now, that reminds me of a Buddhist monk who visited Finland when I was there. What happened was that he was taken to the north of Finland, where 720 hours of uninterrupted sunshine. 720 hours of uninterrupted sunshine in the summer occurs. So the monk was asked to propose a toast, and he said, I can't say good morning. The sun has been shining for so long. I can't say good afternoon or good evening. It's going to shine and shine. I can only say, it is so good to be here with you. And I repeat the words of the monk in this context also. It is so good to be with you all. And thank you for that. At the same time, I should say that once the we are free of COVID, we expect to have the next seminar in Pilani, Goa. I can't think of a better place for the next one.
Yes, sir.
Now, the theme allotted to me is changing dynamics of international order and India's foreign policy choices. I mean, our theme is challenges and options. And as I said, the concept note is excellent because it describes, it tells us also about the disorder that there is. So, why do we always see international order when we know that there is so much of disorder? I know in IR, it is fashionable to speak of international order. Way back in the 1970s, when I was the first secretary, we used to fight for a new international economic order. And I remember being told by a professor from Toronto, well, do fight for a new international economic order, but also keep in mind the present economic disorder. Now, this reminds me of Confucius, who spoke of rectification of names. Analects, book 13, chapter 3. It's important to call things by their correct names. Socrates also said the same thing. Now, let me give a concrete example, which requires rectification of names. In India, we speak of LAC, line of actual control. We don't speak of the border. That is, I've never understood. Of course, the answer given is that there is no recognized border, so we can't speak about the border. But let me ask you, is there a recognized LAC? No, there is no recognized LAC, and we are still talking about the LAC. Now, the historical background is that in the 50s, China wanted to engage in discussions on the basis of LAC, line of actual control, and Jawaharlal Nehru rejected that. But in 1993, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao signed an agreement, I'm giving you the title, Agreement on the Maintenance of Peace and Tranquility along the Line of Actual Control in the India-China border. So, now what is intriguing about this agreement is that there is no map showing where the LAC is. Now, somebody might say that, well, it was difficult to have a map because there was no agreement on the LAC. No, answer is not good enough. Then we could have had two maps. Or on the same map, we could have shown the LAC as according to India and LAC as according to China. Then we need to negotiate only the, the space in between, even if there is overlapping. Okay, but our media and the rest of us go on speaking of LAC. Now, that again takes me to Francis Bacon, who spoke of the 4 classes of idols in his immortal works, Novum Organum and Advancement of Learning. Now, we don't have to take time to explain the 4 classes of idols to this distinguished audience. I should say, Professor Pradhan and Dr. Srinivasan, that you have a knack for timing. Our webinar is taking place against the background of a still unfolding confrontation between India and China at the border and elsewhere. It is taking place against the background of a recently concluded 2+2 between US and India in New Delhi. It is taking place against the background of the imminent presidential election in US. Dear conveners, do think of a part 2 of this webinar in early 2021 after the American election. Now, I'm going to make a few points. I'll try to make them bullet points to the extent possible. 1, China got the wherewithal to rise because of and only after President Nixon decided to invoke China in order to counter the Soviet Union. PRC was born in 1949. Nehru counseled Truman to talk to China and agree to a ceasefire on the 38th parallel, and talking in the context of the Korean War. Truman rejected the advice and Nehru was ridiculed as a dreamer. But 3 years later, and more than 3 million deaths later, the ceasefire was on the same 38th parallel, adjusted slightly to North Korea's favor. So you will decide who was a dreamer and who was the realist. Point 2, the West made a mistake in assuming that, without any discussion, that once the PRC is admitted into the international community, it will rise peacefully. Next point, China under Xi Jinping wants to rise peacefully or otherwise. There is no preference for a peaceful rise. Next, China wants to co-equal United States and then overtake it. Question, will China ever co-equal US? There has been much sinolatry. That's a new word which I have coined. It's like, it means worship of China. It's like, idolatry, worship of idols. Christolatry, worship of Christ. Mariolatry, worship of Virgin Mary. So, sinolatry, worship of China. Now, I'll give you one example. Arvind Subramaniam, who was till recently the chief economic advisor, he wrote a book, I believe in 2011, Eclipse, Living Under the Shadow of China's Economic Dominance. And the text starts with a scenario. February 2021. You can calculate how many months from now. The newly elected President of the United States goes to the IMF, whose head is a Chinese. the president wants a loan of $3 trillion. And the Chinese IMF chief insisted that the president should bring with him, because it was a contested election, and he should bring with him the leaders of the two major parties, I mean, the Democrats and the Republicans, and also the Chief Justice. Well, the president took with him the leaders of the two parties, but not the Chief Justice. And the IMF chief told him, well, you can have your loan of 3 trillion, provided you comply with certain conditions. And the most important condition is that you take away your military from the Western Mediterranean. Well, maybe they would have said from South China Sea or around, but anyway. So that was, an instance of sinolatry. There are other books also which are sinolatrous. Now, this comes from the folly of forecasting based on linear extrapolation, which is part of what I call the over-mathematicized science économique, the economic sciences. Well, in my humble view, we need to go back to political economy. Okay, next point. China's rise, peaceful or not, might have ceased. Reasons: its aggressive acts against India, the US-China confrontation in trade and elsewhere, the rethinking on China's, buying up European companies in financial distress, the rethinking on the part of the EU. They don't want that to happen. Then the fear of espionage through Huawei, G5, 5G and all that. Aggressive trade action against Australia and others. Fear of China's influencing elections through money and otherwise. New Zealand and Australia have spoken about it. And I have read somewhere that in the Philippines, Duterte was heavily funded by China at the election. But I have not seen any confirmation. Now, this sort of interference can happen elsewhere too. Next point. China will not, in the foreseeable future, and when I say foreseeable, I mean about 5 years, because I can tell you anything about what might happen by 2050, and then I will not be around there. So, in the next 5 years, I do not expect China to equal the United States or USSR, which have a mad, mutually assured destruction relationship. Then, next point. What is India's, what shall I say, how well does India understand China? We all speak of KYC, know your customer or know your client in business and banking. Well, let us give KYC a new meaning. KYC means know your China. So the question is, how well does India, official India, I mean, know China? What is the score? Well, we can discuss it. Now, next point is supply chain. Deindustrialization of India has taken place because of excessive imports from China. But apart from that, there is a global supply chain which needs looking at, and I'm glad that India has taken some action in that regard recently. Now, next point, if there is a change of policy in Washington to correct the mistake, I repeat, to correct the mistake of treating Putin as untouchable, let me share with you something which happened in Paris. The G8 was meeting, And the French president had to have 2 dinners the same evening. Why? Because Obama refused to sit down at the same table with Putin. Okay. And so, by treating him as an untouchable, they pushed him into the arms of China, which was more than happy. Now, if there is a change of policy in Washington, well, the Moscow-Beijing equation might change. Now, a few general observations before coming to India's options. GDP is important. Now, let's look at the list of top 10 in GDP terms. I need not mention the amounts because you all know it. United States, China, Japan, Germany, India, UK, Italy, Brazil, Canada. Where is Russia? A great power is not there among the top 10. So what's the conclusion? GDP matters, but it's not the only thing that matters. Soft power matters. Hard power matters. In fact, the Chinese have this very creditable notion of comprehensive national power. And others have developed on that. Michael Porter, he has listed, items like, he says that national strategic resources are divided into 8 categories. Economic resources, natural resources, capital resources, knowledge and technology resources, government resources, military resources, international resources, and cultural resources. Now, we need to explode a myth or break an idol. And that is that Matsya Nyaya, that is the law of the fishes, holds in IR, and that states are constantly engaged in applying Matsya Nyaya or in suffering therefrom. And that it's a Hobbesian jungle, where we have bellum omnium contra omnes. Now, this thought is either conscious or subconscious, but that has to change. The world can be divided into 2 zones, zone of conflict and tension, and zone of tranquility and peace. Western Europe is basically a zone, comes within the zone of tranquility and peace. Now, India finds itself in the first zone. Now, that takes us to Chanakya. Chanakya said that every country has among its neighbors at least one natural enemy. Natural enemy is someone who treats you as a natural enemy, who cannot be coaxed or charmed into changing its attitude towards you. Now, India has a distinction of having 2 natural enemies. And not only that, there is a deep nexus between the 2. But there is a difference. As regards Pakistan, the Pakistani governing elite considers India, when I say governing elite, it means army. India as its natural enemy. I'm not suggesting that India should consider Pakistan as its natural enemy. No, that's a different matter. Now, why does the Pakistan army do that? Because only by projecting India as a natural enemy and threat can the Pakistan military continue to hold Pakistan, have political power. In short, Pakistan is an occupied country. Only thing is that it's occupied by its own military. Now, coming to China. China has a self-image of, the Middle Kingdom. It considers India as a younger sister who should respect the elder. And China wants a China-dominated Asia to start with. And this is very important. Historical terms, China has tried to make its journey upwards primarily based on economic power. This we have to take note of. I was just reading, you know of Jack Ma, the Chinese investor, his company A&T IPO. Well, the latest is that it has attracted $3 trillion. 3 trillion, a little more than India's GDP. Eh? Okay. So China finds that India is standing in the way. And from time to time, it likes to have border clash. Now, my view, and I'm sure that all of us will agree that as regards a border clash, first of all, we should stop talking about the LAC. India has to stand firm at the border. Because what is lost will be regained at the negotiating table. This I say despite the fact in 1965, Pakistan got at the negotiating table what it lost in the battlefield. But India cannot gain at the negotiating table what it loses in the battlefield. Same thing with Shimla Agreement. Pakistan got at the negotiating table what it lost in the battle. In fact, if I may divert, Indira Gandhi, daughter of Jawaharlal Nehru, well, was also the granddaughter of Chanakya when it came to the 1971 war. But she ceased to be the granddaughter of Chanakya when it came to the Shimla Agreement. Now, the 1971 treaty which Indira Gandhi entered into with the Soviet Union, because there was the Pakistan, China, US axis against India, and she invoked USSR as a counterbalancing force. And the treaty clearly said that in case of threat to the security of either party, the other will come to its assistance. So it was a clear, military support scheme. Now, there was talk about Becca, Lemova, and we have signed these agreements with the United States, but it does not have a clause for United States to come to India's assistance in case of a threat. Now the question is, should India think in terms of signing such an agreement? Well, let me put it this way. Unless China changes its behavior, India will have to seriously consider, it will have no option but to consider such an agreement. Ergo, it is in China's interest to change its behavior. Now, will it? That I do not know. As Banco put it to the witches, if you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not, well, we cannot look into the seeds of time. Now, coming to our neighborhood, listening to Ambassador Viswanathan and the great job which Indian business has done in Latin America, I was wondering, what has prevented the Indian business from doing a similar job in India's neighborhood? It's difficult to know why we haven't done that. Of course, SAARC has been a stunted child, mainly because of the nature of India-Pakistan relations. But I think we should not neglect SAARC, and we should do something about, for this stunted child. I also do not want to speak at length about India's relations with individual neighbors, but all that I would say is that India should go out of its way to have good neighborly relations with the neighbors, with the exception of China and Pakistan, with whom we need a more calibrated relationship. And second point, it is evident that India could have, I repeat, India could have and should have done more in terms of having this relationship with its neighbors. Now, I want to say a word about Quad. What are the prospects of Quad? Well, the foreign ministers met in Tokyo, physical meeting for the first time. Till then, they were meeting, but, as on the sidelines of other meetings. But it's important to recognize that they failed to come out with a joint statement. You do not know the reasons thereof, but it is believed that America wanted reference to Communist Party of China, Chinese Communist Party, and in fact, America wants an Asian NATO, which other three were not yet prepared. So let us see. Now, coming to what might happen to Quad, I was very glad to hear Ambassador Thomas saying that, European Union would like to take part in the Malabar exercises. Yes, that will be good. In fact, we need more members to join Quad, say Vietnam, Malaysia, and so on. It's important. So there is a lot of work to do. Now, in the United States, there is a bipartisan consensus, more or less, on China, that it is a new rival and it has to be tackled. Now, coming to the election there are only two possibilities. One is Trump 2 or Biden 1. Now, with Trump 2, there is a great risk. For Trump, there is no policy. It is always a transaction. And in my view, if you total up transactional deals, it doesn't amount to policy. In fact, to go back, I would say that we need to invent a new word for describing what Trump has been doing, and that is impolicy. Just as, potent, important, possible, impossible, policy, impolicy, because that's what he has been doing. So there is a risk that he might sit down with Xi Jinping and have a big deal, provided Xi Jinping agrees to buy up $50 billion worth of farm produce and other things. Don't forget that, Ivanka was given a big license for shoes and footwear and bags and all that, ladies' bags and all that, So that danger is there. But as we see it, Biden stands a better chance. So let us see. But his style will be different in terms of confronting China. And I think I should slowly try to conclude. Now, chess has been often, diplomacy has been often compared to chess. Only difference is, or two differences. In chess, the two partners have the full board, checkboard, and they start on a level of equality. But in IR, you never start on a level of equality. Not only that, you are entering the game which some other people have already started. In fact, instead of two players in the diplomatic chessboard of IR, there are so many players, and some players can move the queen, some can move the bishop, and all that. Some players can move the pawns, and mark my words, some players are just the pawns. They get moved. So that is why diplomacy is more complicated than chess game. Now, I want to make a distinction between foreign policy and diplomacy. When India returned that Chinese soldier who got lost, that was an act of diplomacy. correct action, of course, but it's an act of diplomacy. But foreign policy, as Ambassador Raghavan mentioned, it means something more than that. I would say that foreign policy has two elements. First of all, a determination of, as accurately as possible, where the country is, and an analysis of its strength, weakness, and challenges, risk, and all that. You know what I mean? SWOT analysis. As of now, say 2020. Then the second element, where in the country should be in, say, 2025 or 2030, the goal. So if you have got, and then of course, the third is, how does one go there? A rough roadmap which needs adjustment from time to time. Now my question is, how many countries in the world have a foreign policy? Apart from attending to what, urgent matters, how many countries have a goal? I remember way back in Sri Lanka, when I was there in the early 80s, the Japanese ambassador telling me that they had a goal for the year 2000. Look at that. You see? Now, my last point I want to make is that, United States, France, Australia, New Zealand, and other countries, they come out with a strategic review from time to time. India is not coming out with any such review. Question is, should we do it? I know that some time back, the National Security Council advisory had recommended that. It's worth considering. Well, thank you so much for lending me your ears. I have enjoyed every moment of exchanging my thoughts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Fabian. It was actually very, very thought-provoking. The fluency with which you took us through literature to philosophy to foreign policy and through diplomacy, amazing. Actually, and sure enough, you have provoked a lot of questions, sir. But I will restrict myself to perhaps a couple of them, time permitting. Yes. Now, the first question that has come from Anjan Saha, I suppose he is a research scholar, is the present Indo-China dispute due to different perception of LAC? I think you already answered this, but then he has asked the questions.
Should I answer one by one or straight away?
Yes, sir, one by one, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Saha, that's an excellent question. What shall I say? The confrontation between India and China is not because of the LAC. LAC itself has its history, as I have mentioned, because China has been trying to adjust the LAC from time to time. It's not because of the LAC. It is because of what China has been doing. China has been doing it in violation of all the agreements signed by China since 1993. And as I said earlier, there is much more than the border. China wants to see India to behave in a particular manner, which India is not prepared. That is the crux of the matter.
So there is a corollary to the same question by Anjan Saha, and I stand corrected. He is Dr. Anjan Saha from Maulana Azad College, Calcutta. Is China's great power ambition related to its Middle Kingdom syndrome?
Of course, it is related to its Middle Kingdom syndrome. But what we have to understand is that under Xi Jinping, there is a certain haste. There is a certain impatience. They are in a hurry, because when you look at it, given its population, given the nature of Chinese economy, over time, China will certainly overtake the United States, even in nominal GDP. There's no doubt about it. And over time, when it overtakes United States in nominal GDP, then maybe it can catch up with the United States in military might, maybe. But all that will take time, you see. But under Xi Jinping, China is in a bit of a hurry. And, well, when you are in a hurry, I don't think your judgment is at its best.
Thank you, sir. Sir, there is one question from another scholar, Muthu Sweetie. I will just reframe the question because it's too long. I'll try and I hope I'll be able to convey the meaning that he asked. Sir, do you think the world opinion towards China can be tilted by banning Chinese apps and putting restriction over the Confucius Institute? Will it really pay off as a strategy?
It will pay off only to a limited extent. So I don't think that is the best way of handling it. I've been asked by many people, why don't we say something about, and just turning it around, say something about what's happening in Hong Kong. Why don't they come out with a statement? So I was telling my students, listen, you say something about Hong Kong tomorrow. Do you know how many thousands of Indians are there in Hong Kong? Most of them are Indian passport holders, but even if they are not, there may be British passport holders. There may be some even with Chinese passports. That I do not know. But whatever be their passport, if India makes a statement, China might retaliate by taking action against the thousands of Indians in Hong Kong. So before we do something, we always have to think of the consequences. And of course, world opinion should be shifted. And there, we have to put across our case forthright. Let me give one example where the international community, including India, has failed. In the case of COVID-19, it's absolutely clear that China has misbehaved. Because on the 31st of December 2019, China informed the WHO that there were cases of pneumonia in Wuhan. Then China said, but so far we have not come across any evidence of human-to-human transmission. Now, instead of saying we have not come across any evidence, China should have said, look, this is being looked into, and we shall be glad to look into it along with you. Okay? China didn't do that. And then what happened? China's influence on WHO at the highest level, including the DG and all that, was such that WHO took so long to open its eyes. It was in a dogmatic slumber. 14th or 15th of January, there was a COVID-19 case detected in Thailand. So obviously there is human-to-human transmission. But when did WHO recognize that? By 30th or 31st of January. Its emergency committee met on the 20th, I think. It met for 3 days. Then it decided to meet at a later date after 10 days, thinking that, COVID-19 will wait for this emergency committee. What stupidity. This is all because of Chinese influence. And then the DG went to China, had a word with Xi Jinping. When he came back, he summoned the emergency committee, and then they declared the so-called emergency, public health emergency. And later only the pandemic, and the pandemic was declared after, if I remember right, after 4,000 deaths. There's nothing in WHO which says that you should wait for 4,000 deaths before declaring. This is all because of deference to China. Now, all this should have been, what shall I say, argued out when the WHO met. But the United States failed to do that because Trump, said we'll cut off funds and all that. Now, that is the worst way of doing things, you see. And of course, India kept mum about this matter. Australia took the initiative, but then, China managed it very well, very smoothly. So even when China is at fault, it gets away with blue murder. So it's a question of arguing the case well. not just, banning this application or that application.
Thank you, Ambassador. Actually, we have 3 more questions and 4 more comments, but for the sake of time, I will move on to the next speaker, and I will request the audience to please bear with me for doing that. And I thank you, sir, for for so graciously fielding the questions. I wish we could have had more time with you. We will, sir. In future, we'll catch up with you. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my privilege to introduce and invite Dr. Sumit Seth. He is Director, Policy and Planning, Ministry of External Affairs, Government of India, and he will be speaking to us on India's foreign policy and the role of policy planning. Dr. Sumit Seth, a doctor by profession earlier, a doctor turned diplomat, was the first Secretary Economic Affairs at Permanent Mission of India to United Nations, Geneva, before his current assignment. Dr. Seth was the youngest postgraduate of forensic medicine in India, and his book, Review of Forensic Medicine, is one of the best on the subject. After a successful career as a doctor for a decade, he joined Indian Foreign Service in 2005. He was the first IFS officer to steer the digital diplomacy for the Ministry of External Affairs in Delhi and has received the prestigious Web Ratna Award on behalf of the Ministry for outstanding digital content. It's my privilege to invite Dr. Sumit Seth to deliver his address.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivasan, for introducing me. And I just wanted to check whether my audio is clear.
It's perfect. It's
okay.
Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this introduction and the invitation to the Ministry of External Affairs. We would like to sincerely appreciate the initiative taken by the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, BITS Pilani, Goa campus, which is in collaboration with Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies, is organizing this seminar or webinar, as you call it these days. I must put on record my sincere, gratification to the Foreign Secretary of India for having nominated me to represent the Ministry of External Affairs. Some of the speakers I had the first-hand experience of, working with. There are seniors from my Indian Foreign Service. Ambassador Fabian, I have been in touch through his writing, through the email group, which, some of the young officers, I'm one of them who initiated it, and immensely benefited. As you can see, such erudite, exposition of, how the world is changing, what's the changing dynamics of international order. He has just spoken, and I was enthralled, and I also feel nervously responsible now, because one thing is certain, that I have definitely brought the average age of the panelists down, but now I have the responsibility to at least maintain the level of discussion, or if not, raising it up. As you said, that I was a forensic expert. I was in fact the youngest postgraduate of forensic expert in India when I passed an MD in forensic medicine. And people keep asking me this question: what is the connection between forensic and diplomacy? Actually, there is a very important connection which I must tell you. Both disciplines deal with truth. A forensic expert uncovers the truth, whereas a diplomat has a much more difficult job. I will not complete the sentence. You can, both of them actually manage truth. A diplomat essentially takes out the bitterness out of the truth. That's the job of a diplomat. But today's talk, I was invited to talk about what exactly is foreign policy planning and what is its linkages with diplomacy. Let me begin with giving you an outline of what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about 3 main things. The first thing is, what is policy planning? What is the role of policy planning division in the Ministry of External Affairs in formulating some of the outline foreign policy planning initiatives which are implemented by the practitioners of diplomacy, Indian diplomats. I would also like to touch upon I know that I'm talking to some of the scholars, but at the same time, it is always important to go to the basics, the root of foreign policy. So I would talk about some of the key determinants of foreign policy, which some of you might find basic, but these key determinants are always there in the back of my mind when we are either discussing, writing papers, or talking to our colleagues about foreign policy. And the third part of my talk would be, what are the novel ideas of India's foreign policy? As you know, everybody talks about novel coronavirus. So the Indian foreign policy also need to have some novel ideas. So let me begin by mentioning about a person who was the first policy planner of US immediately aftermath of World War II. His name was George F. Kennan. I don't know how many of you have read his long telegram, a classic piece of writing of a dispatch, which as an Indian diplomat, I had the privilege of learning about it when I was at the Foreign Service Institute immediately after joining the Foreign Service. So I would recommend, maybe some of you have read, maybe they can read it again. He was considered to be one of the 6 wise men of American foreign policy. And why I'm mentioning about him is he was also the first director of foreign policy planning in US State Department. Kennan, when he assumed his assignment, went to the Secretary of the State, that time, George Marshall. I am sure that most of us here know about Marshall Plan, the European Economic Recovery Plan, and how it led to Cold War and creation of NATO. So Kennan goes to Secretary of State Marshall and to seek advice about policy planning. What George Marshall told him is also something which I always, and we in Ministry of External Affairs, the policy planner, keep in mind. He told him, above all, avoid trivia. In 2 words, he actually set the tone of foreign policy planning. Avoid trivia, concentrate on the forest, not on the trees. Take a longer view of things which are going to emerge, and don't get bogged down by the mundane firefighting which happens in foreign offices. This is the role of policy planning division. I don't know how many of you have read the recent book released by our External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, The India Way. He actually began, and also Ambassador Fabian mentioned about the linkages between chess and diplomacy. I used to play chess, not serious chess, but club level chess. And he actually, Dr. Jaishankar begins his book by, the first chapter is the lessons from Awadh. And there is a short story written by Munshi Premchand called Shatranj Ke Khiladi. And that was the story which formed inspiration for the great director Satyajit Ray when he made this movie called Shatranj Ke Khiladi, in which there are 2 Nawabs who are busy playing chess, whereas the Awadh has been taken over by the Britishers. And it is set in year 1857 and so. But also, when I was reading this book, this passage, something came to my mind, which is linked to policy planning, is when the best of moves, the tactical moves, come to those who are not playing the game, who are observing the game, because they are not emotionally close to the trees. They're looking at the big picture. They don't have the fear of, performance anxiety, as people call it. So policy planner has this advantage that they are looking at other colleagues in other territorial divisions, functional divisions of the Ministry of External Affairs, the Foreign Office, firefight, but at the same time, they are able to somehow come up with lateral, out-of-the-box thinking. That is what the context of my bringing in chess with foreign policy planning, because there is always a danger of strategic complacency, which we need to avoid the pitfalls of it. So not losing sight of big pictures. Coming back strictly, what policy planning division does? Well, it has essentially been evolving since independence, as some of the great policy planning thinkers, whether it is G. Parthasarathi, H.N. Husker, some of one of the occupants of the offices of the policy planning, assumed the highest office in India, President K.R. Narayanan, used to be working in the policy planning division. In fact, the current External Affairs Minister also was an undersecretary in the policy planning division. So that particular division is very close to his heart, and he has been the guiding force for us to take this process forward. So there are 4 essential verticals on which we work. The first one is policy planning division acts as the internal think tank of the ministry. How do we do this? Thinking about is through writing research papers, policy briefs, policy memos, situation reports, which look at both immediate as well as long-term consequences of what India's national interests are. The second vertical is doing public diplomacy, outreach through think tanks, strategic community, academic institution. What I'm doing today while talking to you is a kind of an outreach with various scholars and the university at the BITS Pilani campus in Goa and others who are participating through various other places. The third essential part of our work is doing policy planning dialogues. What is policy planning dialogue? It's a recent occurrence. I think it was in 2015 or 16. We began this series of policy planning dialogues. What we do is we establish a bilateral dialogue with the policy planning unit teams of other countries. In last 15 days, last fortnight, we had around 5 policy planning dialogues with Germany, with EU, Turkey, Israel, and the last one was with Australia, which also gives us an insight of what policy planners are doing in their respective places and how they see world unfolding, the changing dynamics of international order. And that's really insightful because we are not talking up through straight-jacketed policy briefs or a bilateral talking points, which happens in foreign office consultations. So we have a larger leeway, larger latitude of discussing things which are of not immediate concern, but could be of important concern in coming years. So that's the third part of our work. It's called policy planning dialogues. The fourth, which is also long-term work, is called incubating strategic culture, not just within the ministry, but outside the ministry in India, nurturing the strategic culture. And how do we do it? Is through various conferences. Let me just, for the sake of completion, enumerate the 4 flagship conferences, dialogues, which Ministry of External Affairs support. And you are familiar with it. The first one is, which has become increasingly important in the diplomatic calendar, not just of India, but all over the world, is the Raisina dialogue, where we collaborate with ORF and world leaders come to Delhi, not essentially Raisina Hill, but in Delhi, where they interact about a gamut of issues. It has various elements. It has track 1 element, track 1.5 element, track 2 element. and there is a special workshop for youth policymakers. Then we are also supporting something called Global Tech Summit, Global Technology Summit, which we collaborate with Carnegie India. This year being special, these conferences would be mostly virtual, but we are planning to do some kind of a hybrid of Raisina Dialogue, which will happen in March 2021, whereas the Global Tech Summit is going to happen in a couple of months from now in December. Then we also support something called a Geo-Economic Conference, Asia Economic Dialogue, in collaboration with Pune International Center. And the fourth flagship conference which we support is the Indian Ocean Conference, considering the increasing emphasis on maritime diplomacy, which Ambassador T.C. Raghavan also mentioned. The focus is, Indo-Pacific, SAGAR, SAGAR, India's maritime diplomacy. All these topics are discussed in Indian Ocean Conferences, which Indian Ocean Conference, which we collaborate with India Foundation. We are also working towards building a network of strategic thinkers, because not just limited to Delhi, Lutyens Delhi, but spreading across. And today's effort is to reach out to our scholars in Goa, in other places who are listening to us. And we would like to establish what we call as a hub and spoke model. As you can see in my background, there's a hub and spoke. This is a famous imagery from Konark temple, So this is how we would like to create a wheel, a Ashok Chakra model, where ministry is in center, but it is connected with all important institutions of strategic importance all over India. So this, in a nutshell, are the four, pillars of public policy, foreign policy planning division, what we do. In fact, I had recently come back from India. In fact, Dr. Srinivasan mentioned about me coming directly from Geneva. Actually, I have done a stint as the Deputy Chief of Mission in Myanmar. So I had the first-hand experience of looking at, India's Act East policy and neighborhood first policy. So when I recently joined the headquarters, and since I'm a medical doctor, my medical friends, organized a kind of a mini reunion, to welcome me. And they asked me, what do you do in policy planning? So I told them something which I would like to share with you, is what we do is running foreign policy OPD. Foreign policy OPD. What is foreign policy OPD? O for outreach. P for publications, whether it is papers, whether it is policy memos, and the D stands for dialogues. Track 1 dialogue, 1.5 dialogues, and so on, as I mentioned. So in a nutshell, and incidentally, this division is headed by Dr. Anupam Ray, who is currently on vacations, on leave. He is a medical doctor. I'm also a medical doctor, so we are actually running the foreign policy OPD for the Ministry of External Affairs. Coming back to some of the basics, this question should, all of you are scholars of international relations. What exactly is foreign policy? A very abstract concept could be for some, very concrete concept for some others. Foreign policy is essentially writing, conceiving, thinking about a plan of action. A plan of action for diplomatic dealings, whether these are bilateral, plurilateral, at regional level, or with international organizations like United Nations, WHO, and so on, which is a multilateral setup. So I always keep this in my back of my mind, and I want to share with you. And this might sound very basic to you, but this is where the bedrock of foreign policy is. I call it determinants of foreign policy. What are the key determinants of foreign policy which we keep in mind while making this plan of action for diplomatic dealings. The first one is national interest. We all know that foreign policy is governed by national interest, but national interest can further be classified into two categories. One of them is core national interest. As you know, one of the panelists, I don't know, I think Ambassador Raghavan mentioned, for example, sovereignty and territorial integrity, protection of Indian diaspora, India's economic development, energy security, India's role in world affairs. These are some of the core interests, core national interests for us. But there are also something called temporal national interest or temporary interest when, for example, we are contesting an election or we are taking a stand on an issue in an international forum like UN or WTO. So those become, temporarily of interest for us, and for which we do a tactical, effort from all over our missions so that those temporal interests are also met. So the first, the foremost is the national interest, which is a determinant of foreign policy. The second one, which determines our foreign policy, and not only India's foreign policy, but I would say foreign policy of other countries as well, is history. When we study international relations or foreign policy, we will realize that dynamics of international geopolitics is rooted in history. Whether it was World War II or Cold War, how different groupings came. For example, in India, one of the determinants of Indian foreign policy is its history. History of partition, India-Pakistan. Relations are rooted in the partition of India. This is an important, or 1962 war between India and China, or 1971. You all are aware of the happenings during that time. I'm just putting them as a marker for you. Or economic liberalization, which happened in 1991, how it shaped our foreign policy. The nuclear tests in 1998. The India-US nuclear deal of 2005. These are some of the markers where you can see how this history has helped us evolve our foreign policy and many things. And COVID itself is an important historical event. I'm sure as a doctor, as an optimistic person and an optimistic policymaker, COVID will be history. And we will look back at COVID, like an historical event, how it changed, accelerated, accentuated some of the foreign policy initiative. The third determinant, I would say, is geography, which is very static, difficult. As you know, I have read the book People Next Door. It's basically geography. We cannot change or choose our neighbors. So how do we deal with the geography, the geographical compulsions of making foreign policy? Quickly coming to the next point, culture. Culture plays an important role. And this is where lies India's strength. Buddhism, for example, I was in Myanmar and I could sense the bonding of Buddhism between India and Myanmar and how it creates and it will continue to create goodwill between India and Myanmar. Every Buddhist in Myanmar wants to visit Bodh Gaya, for example, whether it's a minister or a common man. So they look at India with a lot of reverence, respect, because it's a site of pilgrimage for them. Polity also plays an important role in foreign policy, whether, what kind of polity a country has, whether a country has a theocracy, democracy, or dictatorship, authoritarian regimes. These are all important determinants of foreign policy. And all these factors, we constantly scan and supervise to see how the foreign policy of other countries are also shaping up. Diaspora is also playing a more and more important role in the determination of foreign policy. As you know, Indian diaspora is widely distributed across the world. They are some of the most influential classes in the developed countries. A few days from now, there will be a US presidential election. But I would, if you look far ahead, 4 years from now or 8 years from now, you cannot rule the possibility of both the candidates from both major parties who have origins in India, who have roots in India. Indian origin Americans are contesting for the post of the President of the United States of America. It's very much possible. So diaspora plays an important role. There is another important factor, and also a factor where foreign policy planners have to be cautious, is the public opinion, the populist discourse in the country. And it does have a bearing on the foreign policy, because the political establishment, the political parties of the day are sensitive to public opinion. And if foreign policy in coming years is likely to assume more and more important role in the election of, the general elections in India, and where public opinion would matter, and there the role of not just media but think tanks also will come to fore. Another important factor for which shape foreign policy is the leadership. As we all have been student of the history of Indian foreign policy. You can people link foreign policy with the prime ministers of the day, whether it is Nehruvian foreign policy or Indira Gandhi's way of dealing foreign policy. I would not name all the prime ministers, but people talk about Gujarat doctrine. These days, people talk about Modi doctrine because the current prime minister has invested his leadership vision in shaping foreign policy. So these are some of the key determinants which are very important, which we take into consideration while and if somebody asks me which is that document which you refer to, or which is the lighthouse which you look at while steering your ship of foreign policy or planning foreign policy, there is one document which is above everything, which is the Constitution of India. And Article 51 is the article which provides that light, the guiding force for us, whether it is promoting peace and security for India and the world, just and honorable relationship between nations, respect for international law, and the fourth one is the settlement of international disputes in a peaceful manner through arbitration. So these are some of the thoughts I thought I'll share with you. Coming back to the novel ideas, what are the new ideas of Indian diplomacy? What is happening currently inside the corridors of South Bloc? I cannot tell you everything, but I would definitely share with you some of the key things which is happening right now. One of them is, how do we respond to pandemic? This is very high on agenda in the Foreign Office, in South Bloc, in Ministry of External Affairs. Our response to pandemic has been unique. We have, unleashed a series of reforms at domestic level, whether it is agriculture, education, labor policy framework, building capacity for civil servants. These are designed to deregulate, to open up our economy, to build the capacity of state for good governance, because all this is essential when we have to fight pandemic of this scale. India is, as you know, world's largest producer of pharmaceutical generics, and we have supplied medicines to more than 100 nations, even as we struggle with the situation in India. So you might ask, which nation will recover rapidly? Would be a nation which is resilient, which is agile, which is flexible in its policies. And we believe that India is on that path towards recovery from this, something which we cannot foresee what will be the impact. The another concept is that Indian foreign policy has to be rooted. We should play within our circle of competence to our strengths. We have to identify our strengths, and then we have to ensure that we play to the best of our abilities within that circle of competence, and the time to enhance increase the diameter of that circle of competence. India is also has assumed leadership role, and I would enumerate some of the new initiatives in last couple of years. One of them is International Solar Alliance. This is an alliance which has 87 signatories, bringing together nations that would like to move towards economic growth, which is environmentally friendly and is driven by renewable energy. Another initiative which we took recently was CDRI, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. We are working on strengthening a New Delhi-based intergovernmental organization. The focus is on sustainable disaster resilience initiatives. Next year, 2021, is very important for India's leadership. India will be assuming non-permanent membership tenure in Security Council. In the next 24 months, India will also preside over G20, BRICS, and the SCO. And this is an excellent opportunity for us, India's foreign policy establishment, Indian government, to set the agenda as per India's national interests, core national interest as well as temporary national interest. India is also emerging as a positive force in global security conversations. We have a solid record in enhancing maritime security cooperation, maritime domain awareness. One of the conferences which MEA supports is Indian Ocean Conference. And I would also like to mention that in last couple of years, we actually created renamed a new division called Indo-Pacific Division. And last month, we created another division called Oceania Division, which is headed by an additional secretary level officer. And you will not, this is an instructive example I would give the role of policy planning division. Initial few months, the interlocutor for India's Indo-Pacific policy was the policy planning division, till such time when it became a mature concept, and then we created a separate division of Indo-Pacific. India has also played a role of first responder with an established humanitarian assistance and disaster relief HADR record in our neighborhood and the space between starting from Mozambique till Indonesia. The idea is to create a visible impact on issues of global concern and bringing in goodwill among the people in those countries with India's assistance. India has also emerged as an important development actor. India has deployed more than $30 billion in lines of credit to 64 countries. We have also executed, and we are executing, some grant-in-aid development projects in dozens of countries in all the 3 southern continents. There are 14,000 persons from 160 countries are trained every year in Indian institutions under the ITEC program. So this is our circle of competence where we are playing. India also has a substantial presence in Africa and increasing presence in Latin America. You know, I started my career in the Foreign Service by working under Ambassador Vishwanathan. He was my first boss. My compulsory foreign language is Spanish. I have spent 3.5 years being posted in Colombia as the second secretary, and I had a chance of traveling in various Latin American countries. So I very well understand the kind of bilateral commercial relations between India and Latin America, and we are working towards, making it more institutional, more sustained, and more in focus to our foreign policy calculus. So these are some of the things which I thought I'll mention, and maybe I'll leave some space for question and answers where I would be able to interact with you. So some of the new Indian thinking which is happening, whether it is inspired from Kautilya, Chanakya, Ashoka, Lord Buddha, Mahatma Gandhi, these all feed into the thinking, the core thinking, which what call the Indian thinking in the foreign policy planning and execution. So with these words, I once again thank the organizers, Professor Pradhan, Dr. Srinivasan, and the team who have successfully, put, and I can see the number of participants on a Saturday, they all are glued and are lending their ears and listening to us. It's a really humbling experience for me personally to be speaking in a forum where some of the doyens of Indian foreign policy are also participating. As I said, I have definitely brought down the average age of the panelists. I don't know whether I have been successful in raising the level of discussion. With these words, I thank you once again. Namaste.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. In fact, you have, been of immense value to the international relations scholars community, which is attending this webinar, because most of us who are outside the diplomatic corps or who are outside teaching international relations are not familiar with how the ministry actually goes about formulating policy. What are the verticals which are available in the ministry? How do you approach the issue called foreign policy? So this thing has given a lot of clarity, and I personally thank you. But I would like to place a thanks on behalf of all the younger scholars who are present on the forum. And sir, for your information, I have sufficient questions, but I'm not sure about sufficient time. But I'm tempted to post the first question on behalf of Captain Harinder Singh, who is a PhD scholar with BITS Pilani, incidentally. His question is, it's a pretty long question, and some of the things you have already answered. In fact, you referred to Article 51 of the Constitution. I think half of his question is answered by that only, but still I will repeat the question, sir, with your permission. With a changing focus from land-centric Asia-Pacific architecture to the maritime Indo-Pacific construct, India's geographical centrality in the Indo-Pacific region, China's hegemonic engagements, etc., what changes in Indian policy, foreign policy, do you envisage for formulation of the following? 1. The Indo-Pacific Regional Conflict Management Institution. 2. Formulation of a common platform to negotiate. 3. Evolving its own regional goodwill curve model. 4. India engaging trusted friend Russia along with new pal US on all these factors. Should I go one by one?
No, I've got the gist of the question.
Thank you.
In fact, I wanted to actually end my talk with quoting my minister, External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, and this is the most quoted line recently, when in all discussion about the review. And let me just say, one of the focus about the India way of doing diplomacy is to engage America, manage China. Please don't ask me how. I'm one of the spokes in the wheel of foreign policy. cultivate Europe, and reassure Russia, bring Japan into play, draw neighbors in, extend the neighborhood, and expand traditional constituencies of support. So this is something, a thought I thought I would leave with all of you, which I have read, a lot of literature on foreign policy, Indian foreign policy. This is one single sentence. I would say it will fit into a tweet, hardly 280 characters, and it captures, what we are looking at in coming years. Coming to specifically Indo-Pacific policy, our vision for Indo-Pacific is inclusive, is open to everyone who has a stake in its prosperity. It is not a containment plot like, George Kennan's containment long telegram, nor it is an attempt to carve the world into a new block or an exclusive club. This re-emergence, I would say, it's not a new concept. If you go back, I think probably the first mention of Indo-Pacific in recent time is actually mentioned by, I think, one of the scholars, Mr. Khurana or Dr. Khurana, in one of the ideas long back when he talked about India-Japan relations. And long back, if you trace it back, our Prime Minister during his talk in Shangri-La Dialogue had mentioned about, how time immemorial, this region has been important for us. So there is a kind of a re-emergence of Indo-Pacific policy. Our objective is to advance security and economic interest of all the countries that have legitimate and vital interest, which will benefit everyone. Everyone means everyone: India, China, Southeast Asia, Africa, and the West. I think with this, what I thought I'll try to answer the query which was raised by our friend.
We'll move to the next speaker.
Yes, actually I have two more questions, but considering the time, I will reserve them for later if some time is going to be available. Thank you, Dr. Sumit. It was a pleasure having you and for enlightening us on how the Indian foreign policy establishment works. Okay, sir, and what are you looking at in a very comprehensive manner, keeping the national interests uppermost. Okay, so thank you so much. Your voice is muted, sir.
I would also like, to acknowledge the presence of my next speaker, Professor Shiv Kumar, who had, interacted when I was posted in Geneva, in my office. He is one of, the scholars, professors. In fact, we spoke about, the importance of policy planning. In fact, I know his topic is area specialization, but I would request him if you could also, begin his talk, if he's listening to me, because he has seen the evolution of policy planning in the Ministry of External Affairs very closely. Even before I was born, this is a department which, is evolving at a far, I would say the speed of evolution has increased, accelerated in the last 2 years. So please continue. Sorry, I interrupted you in between.
It's perfectly fine, sir. Perfectly fine. Thank you, Dr. Sumit. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is my privilege to invite Professor Shiv Kumar from Bern for his address on area study programs as soft power. Professor Shiv Kumar actually to cover all the profile of Professor Shiv Kumar. So with your permission from you, sir, I will make it sweet. Professor Shiv Kumar is visiting professor, Center for European Studies. He was former coordinator, UNESCO Madanjit Singh Institute for South Asia Regional Cooperation, UNISAC, and also the Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry Central University. He was former Vice Chancellor of Goa University. He was advisor, Education Promotion Society of India, former visiting professor, University of Colima, Mexico, founder director, UCC Center for Latin American and Caribbean Studies, Goa University, and former Chancellor's nominee, Allahabad Central University. He is currently the advisor of the Geneva School of Diplomacy and International Relations and lives in Bern. Professor Shivkumar sir, please.
Good morning to, for you it's good afternoon to all of you. I was really benefited by this exemplary lecture that I listened very carefully from the first speaker, Ambassador T.C.A. Raghavan, to that of my good friend, Dr. Sumit Seth, who has now taken over as a director of Policy Planning Division, a very important nodal division of the Ministry of External Affairs. I somehow felt that Pradhan, Dr. Pradhan, Professor Pradhan, is turning the table on me because I, as a teacher, would have really troubled them with a lot of lectures running for hours together, and they have to sit very patiently to listen to my eloquence or whatever that I gathered over a period of time. Now, he's just given me the number of minutes and hours that I have to listen again and again, all that I read. So I felt like sitting in a classroom, going back again to the various books that I used as a tool to lecture to my MA and PhD students. Pradhan, that's very good of you. There's a very kind gesture to which you had subjected me to. And Srinivasan sir, I'm very grateful the way you introduced. There are only two corrections, if you permit, I can make. I was never a Vice Chancellor of Bombay University. I was acting Vice Chancellor of Goa University. And then I became a full-time Vice Chancellor of a deemed university in Kanchipuram. And I wish those universities that you mentioned, I wish I had been Vice Chancellor of those universities. It should have been much better in terms of power brokers in academics. Okay, having said that, let me again thank my good friend, Professor Pradhan, for getting me in touch with. I've been isolated far away from my motherland, whether it is diaspora or no diaspora. I'm sitting here in Switzerland, and I'm able to listen to my old friend, Ambassador T.C.A. Raghavan, Ambassador Fabian, so eloquent and full of knowledge. And I only wish that I don't face him in the UPSC interview. I would have never made through IAS or IFS facing Ambassador Fabian with his exemplary knowledge and a large canvas with which he is able to move around. Ambassador Vishwanathan, I do not know how to thank him because he is my soulmate. We both enjoy passion for Latin America. I do not know how many of you really know this fact. Professor Ambassador Vishwanathan again and again writes passion with Latin America. If you see his blog, you will find passion with Latin America. This is a term that I coined to Vishwanathan when he was our ambassador in Argentina. I said, Vishwa, you have a passion with Latin America. He just picked it up and he has made it as its liner of passion with Latin America, which he has made my word immortal. There's a lot that I and Professor Pradhan and Ambassador Vishwanathan can talk about Latin America. We had been somewhat started with no man's land on Latin America in India. When I started my career on Latin America or my academic interest in Latin America, there hardly anyone knew about Latin America. I mean, leave alone knowing, but the Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of External Affairs, with all due apologies to them, they could not even count the number of countries in Latin America. Each one of their document, if I see, somebody would say 43, the others would say 34th, the third one would say 20th. So I went on telephoning to any of all these ministry people, say, please have one number so that I don't get confused. So this is how we started our studies on Latin America and India. There was a time when I started that in Delhi. There was a time when I started that in Jawaharlal Nehru University, when Latin America just began. So this is a beautiful area to which Ambassador Vishwanathan has made it very popular. And of course, in my own way, I had promoted the study, the academic study of Latin America in India, and brought out students who are involved in this particular area of interest. Okay. Professor Pradhan and Professor Srinivasan, let me formally thank you for inviting me. Otherwise, nobody disturbs me in Switzerland. I'm happy sleeping. Maybe our Polish colleague, he may be very actively involved in academics. I'm absolutely interested in reading novels and storybooks and historical anecdotes. I'm not worried about writing articles or giving speeches, because I think, I feel that I've said enough and I have nothing more to say. That's the best way Bertrand Russell said, that he should know when to stop. I should know when to get off the stage and stop. It's because of Professor Pradhan, who had been my old student, who had been my colleague, who were interested in this area. He said, come over to webinar. And even the webinar, this is the first webinar I'm showing a face to, because I'm not used to this technology at all. And I'm used to, like Ambassador Fabian has taken over me. He's very, very comfortable with webinar and all that. I'm only comfortable with pen and paper, not even with my computers. That's for my daughter to do. So unless I use my pen and paper, my imagination doesn't unfold. So thanks, Pradhan, for introducing me to the new technology. Having said that, now I'll take you back to what is very passionate to me. What I always felt, not for my bread and butter, that I could have even earned as a data to company representative or a TCS computer saving. I could have earned more money. But a passion for area studies program. A passion for area studies program, which was something unknown, something not recognized, something not very close. There is a noise. Can you hear me? There is a lot of disturbance.
Yes.
Can you correct that, please? Yeah.
Yeah.
I will check.
Yeah.
Hello, Moto. Hello, Moto.
Yeah, okay, now the noise is gone. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah.
Can I continue, or should I sign off? Okay.
Sir, you continue. Continue. Sir.
Okay. I hope no more disturbances. All right. Srinivasan, please take care.
Yes, sir.
All right. So the area studies program, as my good friend Amit said, mentioned, as a spokesman of the ministry, he just ran through what all the activities that the ministry does. That's a major job. He's a spokesman for the ministry. So naturally, he has to run through the gamut of work that the ministry is doing, which is great information for students of international relations and general public. In the area of studies is very specialized program, only appealing to the academics. And even when we are talking about the universities, the student community, not many people know about this area studies program at all in India. It is very familiarly known in America. It is already known in Leiden University, in Netherlands, and in Europe. But knowing area studies in India may be familiar to me and Pradhan and few others, but not to the larger community of the academic world. I'm sure many of you know these facts. These are very basic facts. We have about 993 universities divided into various classification: public universities, central universities, state universities, standalone universities, IITs, and so on. So we have total 993 universities, in which nearly 3.74 crore students are enrolled. Imagine the amount of students here. We have a gross enrollment ratio, which was somewhat 10% at one point of time, then became at 12% in another point of time. Today, the GR ratio is 26.3%, reaching to 28%. Almost we are coming very close to China. China was shown as a model of gross enrollment ratio. Out of this 993 universities in India, and out of this 40,000 and odd colleges, and out of 10,725 standalone institutes, how many area studies program are there? Hardly 30. Even if I'm going to say 30, it is the upper limit. It is 28 plus, now it could have been 30. Of course, in terms of its expansion from Kashmir, where we have a Central Asian Studies Department, to that of Chennai or South India, where we have Southeast Asian Department, to that of Goa, which has Center for Latin American Studies, for which I was the founder director and is still alive and kicking, to go to the other extreme of Calcutta. We have a South Asian center up there, not to speak of Symbiosis, not to speak of other universities in Chandigarh. They all have area studies program. But in terms of quantity, in terms of number of students enrolled for area studies program, is very, very limited or minuscule, if I may say so. It is the duty of the Policy Planning Division to really take up this matter with the universities and University Grants Commission and MHRD to see that out of 993 universities, at least 500 universities have a center of area studies. It's very important because these area studies really serve as a think tank. I know we all use this word think tank imported from the United States and Europe and so on and so on. But the think tank really requires a lot of research work, lot of research, not a journalistic kind of write-up that we have or a seminar that we have on a half a day or 1 day or 2 days, then we say, yeah, we'll produce a document that will be a standard document for policy planning. Not at all. You, a student, a researcher must work 4 to 5 years on China or Taiwan or on Africa or on Latin America, and then come out with a document and thesis that should be made use of by the ministry in their input in foreign policy making. That is what I would suggest the purpose of the interaction between the ministry, various ministries. I'm not talking about Ministry of External Affairs, I'm not talking about the government of India, but say anybody who is making a policy planning, they must look into this aspect, how much they can extract the vitality, the talents of the intellectuals and make use of in their policy plan. It could be Ministry of Commerce, it could be Ministry of Tourism, it could be Ministry of Health, it could be Ministry of Culture, the Ministry of Education, you name it, it could be. For example, in this era of COVID, now I'm sure the universities which are working together, I was talking to a virologist in Chennai, who's a very leading virologist, and I told him, just get connected to all your friends around the globe and jointly work on a research. What are the strategies, immediate strategies that you are going to evolve to prevent or solve this COVID problem? Of course, you have a long-term strategy to tackle a virus like this. Well, this could be one. This could change its color and come out in a different form. Whatever it is, I think the knowledge sector must be made use of in this country. Unfortunately, the country is being run by bureaucrats and by politicians. They are very good-natured. They are very friendly people, but they don't have time to listen to the academic proposition. I find that most of the bureaucrats and politicians have taken over the academicians in giving beautiful lectures for which we are really grateful. Having said all this, let me go a little further and place before you one single question. Do you people know anything about, I'm not talking about think tank. I'm very much aware of think tank, big, think tank small, think tank which is fly-by-night operators, think tank which really contribute. I'm not getting into that at all. I have no knowledge much about that activities, but let me restrict myself. The area studies program. Can we call the area studies program a think tank? Have we qualified to call ourselves a think tank? Thirdly, if so, have we really performed the role of the think tanks and whether the stakeholders have taken us seriously? These are the questions that we need to ask before discussing about the role of area studies program in shaping the India's foreign policy as a soft power or a hard power, whatever it is. Now, the beginning of the area studies. I mean, I find my old friend Silvania from Argentina is keenly watching me, what I'm saying. But the fact remains that even in Argentina, where Silvania is working in University of Buenos Aires, she's being called by the Ministry of External Affairs and they have a regular interaction, though she is a professor. But her talents, her work, her research activities are given due consideration. You may look into it, you may reject it, but give a due consideration of what academics are doing. There's plethora of PhDs which are coming every year out of the Indian universities. How many of them are useful to us in shaping our foreign policy toward Nepal, or Bhutan, or Sri Lanka, or Latin America, or Africa? Also, we need to get back to the history of the evolution of area studies program, which not many would know, excepting few persons like Ambassador Fabian, T.C. Raghavan, and Ambassador Vishwanathan, who are all my contemporaries and would have seen these things happen. Now, the idea of, where did this idea of area studies come from? It was not a 10 Commandments that was brought by Moses and gave it to us. It is an idea which, if I tell you, it will be very surprising. A Kerala Brahmin who served as a professor of political science in not so well-known college in Chennai make a voyage like all of us have made a voyage to Delhi seeking his aspirations to contribute his knowledge to the field of political science and international relations. He is a man who belonged to the Gandhian age. Very simple, and lived a very simple life. And you would be surprised. Today we are talking about area studies. We are talking about Jawaharlal Nehru University. We are talking about various with 30 area studies. It was all started by this simple, humble, cotton-clothed Gandhian called Appadurai. Not many people would even remember today Appadurai because the new generation doesn't know about Appadurai because he's already forgotten. He has been put in the shelves of the library. So when you want to read politics and government, then you take Appadurai to attempt your IAS examination or IFS. Then you go to Appadurai. That's where he lives now. He doesn't live in the hearts of the policy makers. I don't think he ever lives in the hearts of the area studies program directors. Some of the area studies program directors doesn't know about Appadurai. When I talk to them in the area studies directors conference, when I used to bring to them, some of them very young, very bright, very educated in Oxford and all that, they don't know what is the root of the area studies program in this country. Now I'd like to just run through it very quickly so that we don't miss some of the major points that I would like to mention. It is far back, if I can recall, I hope I don't make a mess of the dates, far back in 1943. Not now. Even before the Americas started talking about what someone mentioned, that America started area studies. I know when the Americas started area studies. I'm very much aware. I visited some of their centers. So I know when the Americas started their area studies. Until the Middle East problem came in, they were not really keen on the area studies program. They just had one or two such programs in their universities. We thought about area studies program far back in 1943. Independent of what was happening to India, because by the time India was ready for its independence. By the time the American ambassador to Britain was already taking up the matter of India's independence with Churchill and telling Churchill, please, why don't you give independence to India? Churchill only said, if you want to take India, take it. Don't ask me to give independence to India. This was so we had friends in America who were really talking about the India's independence far back in 1943. In 1943, the Indian Council of World Affairs was established. T.C. Raghavan was our first speaker, is now the Director General of the ICWA. The building was given by Sri Tej Bahadur Sapru. It was his personal building. Sir Tej Bahadur Sapru was acceptable to the Britishers, were acceptable to the Gandhi. He was in fact advising Gandhi. In fact, there was a go-between these two people and normalize the relationship between the British colonialists, imperialists, and the Indian freedom, the movement leaders. He started this Indian Council of World Affairs. And in 1944, very quickly, Professor Appadurai, who had already made a beeline to Delhi from his humble abode in Palakkad and Chennai, catching the train and traveling 2 days to come to Delhi. And he has already reached and found a place for himself, like many of us, in Bengali market, one-room apartment perhaps. And he joined ICWA to seek his existence as a secretary, only to become the Secretary General of the ICWA much later in quick succession. Nobody could have ever imagined a humble Brahmin that clothed in panchakach and with a turban becoming a Secretary General of the Indian Council of World Affairs, when H.N. Khusro was at that point of time was the president. Now, Appadurai, though not well wearing suit like me, or shoes, but he's a simple man who used to go with chappals, buy the morning milk in the cold winter of Delhi. And he began to, whenever he went for a market to bring the milk, he used to catch hold of a student to talk to. And I happened to be many times his accompany. I started giving a company to him. And he used to talk about internet, not in 1943, much later. I became his company. He began to talk about the importance of international relations, importance of area studies. At the time when we didn't know what area studies is all about. At the time when we didn't know how many countries are there in Latin America. At the point of time, we didn't know what is Indo-Pacific relations. And that was a time when Appadurai was dreaming. He is a dreamer, like Nehru. So he and Khusro went to Panditji and told Panditji, look, we need to have a discipline called area studies to understand our neighbors, to understand our friends, and to understand our not so friendly nations. We need to coexist with all of them. So that is how the area studies program in India started. The second factor that contributed to the development of the area studies program was when the Asia Relations Conference was organized by the ICWA in 1945, in which Nehru took a very active part, and many delegates from Asian countries came, excepting Japan could not make it. At that point of time, India understood its need to cultivate not only its Asian neighbors, but also its African friends who are all suffering under the colonial rule. It touched the hearts on the minds of Nehru, Appadurai, Khusro, and whole lot of intellectuals at that point in time. Then in 1955, Appadurai and Khusro, with the blessings of Nehru and support of Panditji, established the first school of international studies, perhaps in South Asia. Correct me, sirs, if I'm making a far-reaching statement. ISIS, Indian School of International Studies, was an independent, autonomous organization, was not getting a grant from the UGC, was not getting a grant from the MHRD, was not getting a grant from any ministry, was not getting a grant from anyone. It started on its own by contributing from various scholars. That ISIS was started. Of course, ICWA was also very, very helpful and supportive. And this was started as a part of the ICWA, and both of them were facing each other. ISIS was in 35 Ferozshah Road. ICWA is in the beginning of the Barkamba Road, in the road. So it's a walkable distance from ISIS to that of ICWA, where they had a very good library called Sapru House Library. Many people in my age, or even younger to me, would still remember Sapru House Library, where our love affairs and marriages had culminated. We all used to meet in Sapru House Library and then get involved in our emotional entanglement. And many of them now must have become grandfathers. Our great-grandfather must be listening to me. We know we used to make couples sitting on the steps of Sapru House, not read the books inside. That's left to sleep by themselves. So we never bother. We are more bothered about the romantic alliances that we could make. That is how in 1945, ISIS was started. When everything comes up, the government also, ministries prodded, and then the ministry said, what do we do now? There's something Appadurai is doing. Why the hell Nehru is listening to Appadurai? Why this Kunzu is doing this? Why not we do something, We have a policy planning division. We don't need any area studies. What the hell? We have no policy planning division. Did not come at that time. Came much later. But still, there was a kind of a discussion. So in 1963, UGC wakes up and comes up with a beautiful blueprint called Area Studies Program. Now then, anything that comes in government, anything that relates to funding issues, there's always a debate that goes on, very healthy debate. Why you have to open area studies, open everything in ISIS itself, or in Delhi University, don't go beyond Delhi. It should be Delhi-centric. So there was a big debate that went on with all the vice chancellors. And then they impressed, look, knowledge is not confined to Delhi. Please, we had had enough that there was a time when colonial rule was there, the knowledge was confined to Oxford and Cambridge. Now we don't want Oxford and Cambridge to be replaced by Delhi and so forth. Let's make it wider. Let's make it in Kerala. Let's make it in Tamil Nadu. Let's make it in Calcutta. There are scholars in Calcutta much earlier. They were writing about South Asia much before any of us could talk about area studies. There are scholars in Orissa. There are scholars in Bombay. So the debate was going on that the area studies should be spread widely, like what Schmidt said, the concentric circle that he mentioned. It is something that you can have the funding agency in Delhi, but the fund should go to various parts of India so that you generate the knowledge sector in those areas. In 1970, SAS, School of International Studies, was merged with JNU when G. Parsardi was its vice chancellor. Now, I can go down on my memory lane giving you how G. Parsardi was standing in the middle of the garden when we used to walk around for our convocation, and he waved our hand with a pipe, and then we'll take the pipe and wave and say, look, you are going to be part of my university. You know that? This is the last communication with ISIS. You will be part of JNU, that he was so enthusiastic. So that, I remember going down my memory lane, how enthusiastic GP was at that point of time. Ever since the UGC had taken over, when we talk about UGC, we don't talk about knowledge, we talk about funding. Whenever even Pradhan knows it very well, he keeps writing projects to get the funding. He's not worried about DST, but he's worried about the funding that comes from the DST. Similarly, when we talk about UGC, it is much more on University Grants Commission. It's a grant commission. It is going to get, this was brought from the British system. So we preserve it. We have been saying it. We are not going to preserve it, but we keep preserving it because if we remove it, we do not know what will happen. So a desire, we are not going to replace it with something else. So anyway, that's a part. So from 1965 to 2010, for 45 years, mind you, UGC opened area studies program in different state and central universities. Initially granting philanthropically 3 lakhs for 5 years. That is all they gave to the area studies program. What they wanted is the area studies should die a natural death. Why they wanted that? Nothing serious. Because the traditional discipline was in the university, they found this virus which is coming called area studies, we should have a vaccination against it. So they began to operate through the UGC, said don't waste your fund on this unknown creature called area studies. Give them only minimal 3 lakhs and then put a condition. After 5 years, you are not going to give any money and the university should take the responsibility. If you have such a program, my friends, which academician would join area studies program. No one. So what they did, very interestingly, the political science professor will take over the area studies and run it for 3 years, 5 years, whatever the money, and use the area studies money as an extra income for him, and then he will leave and go back. Or a sociology department chap would conduct the area studies program and he will go back. Until such time, in 2008 and 2010, some of us, we put our foot down as a standing committee member of the UGC, which Srinivasan did not mention anyway. I was a standing committee member of the area studies program and visited many area studies programs and gave grants to many area studies programs, including to Jawaharlal University African Studies program, for which I granted. See, I was instrumental, 60 lakhs, and also for Tirupati, Yagamareddy, if he's there, you will remember, I granted, I argued in favor of granting 60 lakhs for them, because I had suffered with these 3 lakhs, which were plundered by various people not to be given to us. And we were not sure of our tenure. We could be thrown out after 5 years, and the university will never make a promise. And that is how area studies program started. So it's easy to say, oh, area studies is a non-starter. Who should be blamed? Think for yourself if you have a conscience. Professional academic rivalry became between the traditional political science department and the not only our social science department and unique discipline called area studies. And there's a great amount of literature that's available. Some of you, if you have time, I'm sure Dr. Pradhan would have seen that because he was with me in those formative days. A debate in the UGC between Professor M.S. Rajan and Professor A.P. Rana. An excellent debate, which I don't think you will be able to repeat in future or in the present. Such an intellectual effervescence and with a convincing argument. Both of them argue. One, M.S. Rajan, is for area studies and international relations as a separate discipline, and the A.P. Rana is an extension, is area studies and international as an extension of political science department. Beautiful debates. Some of you, if you have time, go through those documents, are all available in the UGC archives. I do not know whether that has been buried, but when I was there, I could still see those documents. So once the die was cast that area studies can become an independent, multidisciplinary, language-supported area studies program, then the issue came up. How are we going to define the area studies? How are we going to really look into it? What is it going to do? You say interdisciplinary. Then the question again, we intellectuals are very bright fellows. Immediately we'll say, oh, you want interdisciplinary, take it one from, even today it is being done. Take one from sociology, take one from economics, take one from political science. You start. This is not what we envisage in area studies program. In area studies program, you must be invariably familiar with that area. If you have done sociology, you should have done a sociology on Latin America. If you have done economics, you should have been, you are familiar with economics of Latin America, economic development of Latin America. You must be familiar with the Royal Provincial Central Peripheral Theory. If you are not familiar, forget about it. You are not fit to be in this area studies program. But that is not what the UGC or the university never bothered to emphasize. It's only we were struggling to do that. The area studies centers, it is by the UGC document, nothing else. I'm not saying something on my own. The objectives. The area studies center are expected to promote teaching and research on a region of its entirety. The region on its entirety is the operative word. Areas are deterritorializing, and a range of new issues and variables in transnational forms and redefining their concerns. The regime of economic cooperation technology transfer, cultural exchange, security management is becoming more exclusive of factors beyond the region. Yet, the region remains a critical component of the dynamics of the world order. The new intensity of interface among the nation between the areas triggered by time, space, compression is reflecting in multi-dimensionality of problems and interconnections of the regions. The research concerns of the area studies program thus needed to address to these emerging world order and emerging realities. What are the basic objectives? Promote holistic understanding of the area with its cultural, social, economic, and strategic facilities. To promote alternative paradigm of area studies from the perspective of post-colonial societies, now post-globalization societies. To contribute towards Indian perspective of the regions and issues. To provide critical inputs to the policy makers, which has never happened. The area studies have been in existence for more than half a century. So it has never happened. So that is a critical role that the area studies should do, critical input to policymakers, particularly India's economic, strategic, political interests, and also to the MEA, to bring knowledge of regions of the world to the core of intellectual discipline, to conduct research and promote regional comparative perspectives. Now, I think I'm running short of time, so I will skip a few things and I will go down to the second aspect, or maybe the final aspect of my my preparation for this day. So I don't know how to, because I'm not a diplomat, nor been in bureaucracy where I can be chiseled sharp. I'm a teacher. Teacher is always given to the dreaming. Teacher is given to long, profuse, long sentences to say something very brief and sharp. But having said that, let me give my recommendation. What these area studies should talk about. I would like Ambassador Fabian to listen to this. Basically, because of the fact, Ambassador Fabian, I have this wounded feeling, like what Wounded Civilization, the great book that was written by a Trinidadian scholar. Now, I have this wound that the ministry, not Ministry of External Affairs alone, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Culture have not made use of the area studies expertise. And there should be a symbiotic relationship between the ministry and the area studies centers. In fact, we were one of the few members in the UGC Standing Committee. We argued saying that the retired diplomats or even serving diplomats should be scholar in residence for a semester or for a year in the area studies program. If Ambassador Vishwanathan had worked in Latin America, he should be invited to the Center for Latin American Studies in Goa, and he should be paid a remuneration, substantial, apart from his own pension or salary, whatever that he earns. And he should be given a secretarial assistance, and he should have a project that he should work on. It's done in the US. It's done in Europe. Why can't we do it in India? We are in fact, we keep talking about Chanakya, we keep talking about Mahabharata, so many things. Why can't we do this? This should be a symbiotic relationship between the ministry and the area studies program. Then only the ministry will feel the importance of area studies, and the area studies would feel the importance of themselves and the ministry. Similarly, the area studies students should be taken to either in the policy planning division or in some other way, they can spend 2 or 3 years in the PP division or maybe in our embassy abroad. They would be too happy. Our boys would get good exposure when they come back. We talk about field trip. We give field trip for our ASS program. How much we are giving a field trip? It is maximum 60 days. You go from here to Washington. By the time you settle down, you take another flight to come back. 30 to 60 days. This is all that we try to give to our students. And with that 30 to 60 days, you can neither learn Spanish, nor you can learn Swahili, nor you can learn Russian, nor you can understand the nuances of the political dynamics of these countries, excepting that you can have a field trip of going around and seeing the monuments and taking photographs and coming back. This should not happen. I appeal to the ministry and others, please make these students to remain in your ministry if they are working on perhaps on foreign policy or on health, or the respective ministry should take care of them and send them to our mission abroad. Like our military officials being sent to our ministry, to our mission abroad. Our IPS officer being posted in our ministry abroad. There's nothing, no harm, and no great expenditure would be there. And so these scholars, middle-level scholars from India, from area studies, should be posted in our missions to understand how we function, how that country functions, and how we shape the foreign policy. Then some of this is far-fetched. I don't think some of my old friends would agree with me. When I was in the UPSC, now Ambassador Fabian is there in the committee. When I was a member of the selection committee, I used to argue with the chairperson at that time. Why don't you give special advantage to area studies people to appear for IFS or even come into a parallel entry? What to think the heavens would fall? When you can have an MBA or a doctor or an engineer to be an IFS officer, what is a great sin that you cannot have an area studies PhD on an expert who is in that language, who can go and serve in that country and contribute to our nation. So this is some of my recommendation, which I gave, but I know that would not be welcome. But this artificial segregation between the government, cultural centers, corporate sectors, area studies experts must totally disappear. We should put all of our strength together. Major Vishwanathan has been talking now for a long time. I know he's an economist. I did know his discipline very well. So he's interested in trade. He's interested in trade so much that the Ministry of Commerce do not know all the facts and figures which my friend Ambassador Vishwanathan knows. So it is abiding interest of the scholars who will contribute to the ministry, who will contribute to the business community. Tomorrow, Tata wants to open its branch in Latin America, which he did, of course. And Vishwanathan, when he was ambassador to Argentina, and I was talking to him at that point of time, and I mentioned the Tata Consultancy came to Goa asking me whether I could offer them a training program in Portuguese, because we had a strong Portuguese department. I told Ramdurai, look Ramdurai, we are poor, simple teachers. Don't expect too much from us. I would suggest Ambassador Vishwanathan would be able to organize this. So I wrote an email. At those days, we didn't have a mobile. Immediately, Vishwanathan organized a training center at Uruguay for TCS, which is still today functioning. It is really giving an opportunity for many of the Indian IT people who go to Latin America, who go to Washington, to get trained in a beautiful country called Uruguay, an excellent place, Uruguay and Argentina. And that is how we should be able to make use of our academic talents and area studies program, and not feel, look, I don't get a job, I will appear for NET and I will end up as a lecturer in some social science department. And that is enough for me. Or create, like Pradhan was a very innovative, create an international relations program in a technology university. That is something like, starting on his own, that he contributed, like I did in Goa, and I did in Pondicherry, and I did it in some other university. Now, my student is following my footsteps. We are all like Babur. We have lost Samarkand, but we will create a Samarkand. We will create a Mughal empire. And that's what I did, and that's what my friend Pradhan is doing. So please remember, it is fine to listen to foreign policy makers telling us all this. All this we teach in our classroom. It's nothing new. All this India, Pakistan, we do teach. We do discuss every seminar. We do discuss about India, China. We know much more about what is happening inside China than perhaps the ministry seem to know, because we are in touch with the Chinese scholars who will open up very easily with us than with the officials. So what I would do is put the strength of all our people together. Don't create Chinese wall between us, and let us be a vestibule and gather our strength together and contribute to the national building and formulation of our foreign policy, which also contributes to the economic development and social development of our country and education development of the country. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. I seek apology from Pradhan for extending, I think, 10 more minutes than what you gave me. This is a huge area which needs 2 days to talk about, Pradhan. I only took 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Floor is yours. Thank you, Srinivas. Sorry again. Apologies, please. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Kumar, sir. Actually, it is a very eloquent emphasis, if I may use that term, eloquent emphasis of how to bring area studies into practical use in international relations. And I don't think anyone can argue with you, because we are all generally aware. No, it's not about winning an argument with you. That is a different this thing. But I don't think anyone can argue with you on this point. Seriously,
we will move to the next speaker.
We will do that, sir. We will do that. Thank you so much, Professor Shivkumar. And sir, I will, with your permission, we will move on to the next speaker. Okay,
any questions? No questions. Okay.
I would actually like to pose questions. There are some comments.
One question, you can do it. Because Ambassador Fabian wanted to ask some questions. Let one question be for me.
Please, sir, please.
He's a good old friend of mine. I admire him a lot. I learned from him. So he's my teacher.
Ambassador, you have to unmute yourself. Sir, you have to unmute yourself, sir.
How do I do it?
Ambassador Fabian, sir. Ambassador Fabian, sir.
Sir, you have to unmute. What do you call? What do you say there?
Okay. Well, it was a sheer pleasure to listen to Professor Shivkumar, with whom I have the privilege of having frequent conversations. And the beauty is that, he sort of takes us through a tour with adding to our knowledge at every step. And what he said about, the history of ICWA, for example, that was fascinating. How those people, Apadurai and Kuntru and others, worked hard. Now, as he put it, many people don't know about it. So it is important to retain history. Otherwise, we become a bit like artificial intelligence, lacking in natural intelligence. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Shivkumar, so I will now move on to the next speaker. Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege now to introduce and invite Professor Roger Liu for his address on Dragon in the Room. How do we set the order? Professor Roger Liu teaches international politics at the Department of Social Sciences, Flame University, Pune. He is a PhD in political science from University of South Carolina, and his research interests span political geography, geoeconomics, interstate conflicts, quantitative IR methodology, Indian foreign policy, and China-India relations. He has presented projects in highly acclaimed academic conferences funded or held by National Science Foundation, International Studies Association, Peace Science Society, and the Society for Political Methodology, etc. He has worked for major foreign policy think tanks in Taiwan as research fellow before he earned his PhD. He currently is a correspondent research fellow with the Center for Globalization and Peace Research, Suzhou University, Taiwan, and a research fellow with the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, National Jingchi University, Taipei. Before joining Flame, Professor Liu was the director for Center for Asia Pacific Security Studies at OP Jindal Global University. Professor Roger Liu, all yours, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor. And I would like to thank you, especially Professor Pradhan, for inviting me here. And I learned very much from listening to your presentations covering different parts of the importance in Indian foreign policy, especially. So, am I audible? I want to make sure.
Yes.
You
Okay,
are.
and can you see my screen for now?
Yes, we are
Yes.
seeing.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So, I'm going to shed some light on the international regulations and how are we going to deal with China, especially after the post Galvan Valley conflict that we had with China in June the 15th. But before I begin, I would like to talk a little bit about my background. I'm originally from Taiwan, and we came to India like 5 years before from the United States. I was a middle school teacher teaching foreign language in the US, in Massachusetts. So actually I have two citizenship. One is from Taiwan, one is from the US. So recently I've been paying attention to, well, the US election as well, and I have cast my vote, absentee votes. So this is something, well, everyone in the world has been caring about. And just like Professor introduced me, in the first 2 years, me and my wife were in Geneva Global University in Sonipat, Haryana. But because of the weather and the air quality, so we decided to move to Pune and teach at the Flem University, which is a private university with a focus on liberal arts education. So this is our 4th year, and our original plan was to stay in India to test like for 1 year. If everything just went bad, we can just go back to the US and stay there. But so far it has been the 6th year actually. So we love this country, and we learn a lot of the immense culture and from this country, and we would like to contribute, especially the understanding between the two peoples of Taiwan and India. So I'm teaching geopolitics and political geography and quantitative methods in international relations and India-China relations in general at Flem University. And one of my research projects I'm working upon is BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, and its influence of the IOR, or Indian Ocean region. And I'm also the chair of the South and Southeast Asian Studies at Flem University. This is an institution collaborated with National Zhengzhi University of Taiwan. So we have been doing a lot of internationally collaborated research, and we operate an e-journal on campus, which is called Asian Insights. So I would like to use this opportunity to thank Professor Pradhan, and I hope that in the future we will have some opportunity to bring forward the collaboration between Flem University and your institution. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about today is I'm going to begin with the border issues. And just like Dr. Sumit said, talk about, well, everything can be, I would like to use the latest book written by E.A.M. Jaishankar as a hook. The Indian way that he has released several like months before. Actually, it's an interesting thing because usually retired people write a book and release that as academic writing. But he chooses to release the book when he was still on his position. Well, that can be interpreted as a policy announcement of India to the world. So one of the important message here regarding China, one thing that just like Dr. Sumit has mentioned is that, well, when we face China, we use the verb manage. When we face America, we use the word engage. When we face Japan, we use the word bring Japan. All right. So well, China has the verb of manage. Well, this fact indicates that we now have to face China in a different way, different than what we have done before. So the key over here is that E.A.M. Jaishankar said it is important for us to occupy more of the Chinese mind space. So what does that mean? I will view this as the realist turn of Indian foreign policy from the non-aligned movement and the strategic autonomy tradition that we have had or we have declared for the past decades. One of the interesting thing is that, well, Jaishankar mentioned the story of the Godfather. That I mean, the movie, the novel that you know, that he mentioned that as a book which was advised by his mentor in the MEA for him to read, and everybody knows that the Godfather is a book about mafia, but actually it's about it is also used by a lot of teachers or professors in international relations to teach realism. So that's a mark. That's a mark that we actually come from a non-aligned movement to realism. So what is our relationship with China? I would say that since it can be dated from 1950s as we are when I use we for the following sharings, I'm talking about India. So we are the first Asian country who recognized China diplomatically in 1950, and from 1950 to 1959, we're under the Pan-Asianism and the punch-shield spirit. We have been getting along quite well with China. Zhou Enlai, the PM of China, has visited India for 4 times, and he exchanged letters with Nehru, and well, the communication channels are generally good, and China and India were in the honeymoon period during the time. And India were even willing to give up the status of Tibet to exchange for the peace in the territories and the more recognition from China. So from 1959, around 1950 to 1959, before the exodus of Dalai Lama, actually, the relationship between China and India are good. But after that, we know what happened, the war and, well, the frozen of the relationship for several decades until it opened up in 1988. So if we cut the phase of Indian-China relations by, split that into 2 very rough phases, we can, there are 2 different characteristics. In the earlier phase, the relationship, the focus of the bilateral relations focus on first the dominance and the influence of the 2 countries in Asian Pacific region. That's one thing that we will talk about, the ARC, the Asian Regional Conferences, and the punch-shield spirit and others. That's one thing. The second thing is that Tibet issue is very important. The third thing is the boundary issues, which are highly related to Tibetan issues. So Tibet issue and boundary issues actually are the two different sides of the same coin. But now, Tibetan issue becomes to be marginalized, and especially after 2003, the visit of PM Vajpayee to Beijing, and well, we recognize that the Tibet Autonomous Region is part of the PRC. So Tibet issue now has been marginalized, but so now the focus of the bilateral relationship between India and China focus on the boundary issues and the dominance. But they are different. They are now they have to be interpreted in different contexts. The boundary issue are not historical legacy. Well, it's a historical legacy, but now it's trigger and influence in the background of the fighting of governance, especially in the IOR, the Indian Ocean region between India and China, especially after 2013, where China has initiated the BRI, used to be called the One Belt, One Road, OBOR, now changed the name to be BRI. So it has to be interpreted in this context for now. And recently, boundary issues occupies and becomes maybe the most important topic that has triggered many struggle or competition between India and China. So the key issue, the key event over here is the Dockland standoff in 2017. One puzzle here is that, well, many people may misunderstand that we don't have, because of the lack of the communication channels, that we have some border issues with China. But it's not like that. Actually, for the past few decades, we have built up a very complicated and intricate edifice of bilateral agreements, talks, and mechanisms that are designed to solve the border issues. So I would like to put the timeline here so that you can understand what we have with China. So these are more like institutionalized mechanisms that we have. So the last deadly conflict between India and China took place in 1975, before the Galvan Valley conflict happened this year. So that the standoff in Arunachal Pradesh caused 4 lives of Indian Jawans, and after that, it's the normalization of bilateral relations by PM Indira Gandhi, but the contact just took place after 12 years. But before, between the 12 years from 1976 to 1988, the high-level visits, well, the bureaucrats of the two countries begin to contact, and they establish a dialogue, which happened in 1981, the deputy foreign minister level dialogue to solve the border issues. And it was promoted to be the JWG, or Joint Working Group on the Boundary Question, during the visit of Rajiv Gandhi in 1988. And in 1993 and 1996, respectively, agreements are signed regulating the behavior of the two armies along the LAC, including that within the 2 kilometers of the LAC, the armies are not allowed to use any fire weapons. Okay, so that's also usually these two agreements were referred to after the Galvan Valley conflict as well. So in 1994, there is a diplomatic and military expert group being established. In 2003, the most important institutions, which is the special representative meetings, were established. So far, we have 22 rounds of meetings. And in 2012, there's an even higher mechanism called WMCC, Working Mechanisms for Consultation and Coordination, established. and so far we have 15 rounds. However, well, ironically, all these things fail to stop the Galvan Valley deadly conflict from happening. And in 2017, well, the Dockland standoff, actually, these mechanisms didn't do a lot of things here, right? So that's why in 2018 and 2019, we have the Modi-Xi informal summit, the Wuhan spirit that people like to talk about, especially in 2018, but nobody used this term anymore. Following this, actually, we have some other intricate channels. So there is a hand-in-hand joint counterterrorism exercise that took place in Pune biannually. In January this year, the hotline was finally got established between the two field theater level CMOs, the commanding officers of China and India. And in June this year, there's a lieutenant level talks being held. It was 9 days before the conflict. Okay. And we have diplomatic channels through embassies, diplomats talk. We have, so like 10 days before the Galvan Valley conflict, there was a meeting, there was a teleconference between the Joint Secretary Srivastava and his Chinese counterpart. And in this conference, they talk about the relationship between India and China is just like a giant ship. It should be directed to the right direction. However, none of this stop the Galvan Valley conflict from happening. So what's happening here? Well, I would say that, well, this is the key of the question. Well, we have been advised, and we are very obsessed with rules. This multilateralism and the conferences, talks, and a complicated legal system has embedded in our diplomatic tradition. But I would say that the key over here is that we have to establish a rule system, but this rule system should be based upon strength and the balance of power, so that this rule system can work and can, really work to harness and manage the Chinese rising, expanding presence in the IOR. And recently, well, what has been changed is the outside strategic environment. So China launched BRI actually officially in 2013 after Xi Jinping visited Kazakhstan and Indonesia. But everything was officially initiated in 2015 after they published a more detailed action plan. So after that, China has been very eager to sell the BRI projects to the Indian Ocean countries. And they have a strategy called N+1, which means that if a certain country refuses to accept BRI project, that's fine. They will work on your neighbor. And by doing that, they will demonstrate a successful case to you so that you will be persuaded and join BRI. Okay, so they work in that way. But for India, India has been long resisting accepting BRI because for all the reasons that you know. So China tried to do this. So the first, first point that I put here, in 2018, they initiated a strategy called China-India Plus. China-India Plus is, the whole thing is like that. China and India can work together on a specific Indian Ocean region countries. For example, Afghanistan. Because when Donald Trump took office, he tried to withdraw the US troop out of Afghanistan. So there's a power vacuum there. So the Chinese embassy of in New Delhi just issued this kind of China-India +1 and try to get India to cooperate to work together in Afghanistan affairs. However, India refused this idea, so this idea just got aborted. But after that, well, when the carrot doesn't work, well, the Chinese resort to the stick. So this is what we have seen over here. I would rather interpret Galvan Valley deadly conflict as this. I think China tried to use this to send a signal to India. First, not to get too close to the Quad. Second, if you want to solve the border issues, well, you have to do it in our way. So actually, this is kind of realist tactic that China tried to apply to the Indian side by overpassing all the regulations and the two agreements signed respectively in 1993 and 1996. So all the conflict on the borders actually is triggered by the strategic competition outside. So it's go beyond the bilateral relations itself. That being said, if we want to keep China to obey or to harness China, we have to think beyond the bilateral perspective. We have to think bigger. And another thing to avoid thinking at only the bilateral level is that, well, nowadays in China, Xi Jinping has been facing a lot of political pressures, especially after COVID-19. He faced the challengers from within the party, other factions, and he has been busy keeping the economic from, falling down too much. And he has to deal with the U.S., especially regarding the trade war and regarding the resistance to the Made in China 2025, the general plan to upgrade the Chinese manufacturing sector. So he has to adopt a very hawkish or very expansionist kind of foreign policy. So that's why we see that he actually started a fire at different fronts. One in India and China border, the other in the Taiwan Strait, and the third at the East China Sea. So, well, he started a fire around China, and that doesn't seem to be a very smart thing to do if strategically speaking. But that is just a reflection of the internal pressure that he has faced inside, so he has to divert it outside. So that's why. And under this kind of situation, if we just think about it, how to harness China at the bilateral level, it's gonna work. It's not gonna work. So my idea over here is that for India to create more mind space in China, first we have to turn more realist. Well, I'm happy that there are more and more consensus, especially in the younger generation, because I teach War and Peace at Philem University, and I give them a work regarding to compare the balancing strategy and hedging and NAM. And well, I'm happy that our younger generation actually are more realistic, if not realist, to think about the strategy in a more viable way, and they are more willing to get rid of the old kind of tradition of NAM that we have been adhering to. So this is something that we need to do in the first point. The second point is that to engage more in regional collective security systems like Quad is important for now, based on the relationship, the BECA that we have signed and with the United States in the 2+2 meeting days before. Actually, BECA is the last piece of the puzzle. If you think about Lamoa and Kamkasa, actually it has established a comprehensive logistic system between the two armed forces, between India and the USA. So I think that's a positive improvement that will help us to harness or manage China. One of the variable here is the coming U.S. election and its result, because we don't know what will happen and who will get elected. Everybody has been guessing, and my latest guess is that Donald Trump, he's still going to win. He will win the electoral votes, but the difference between him and Joe Biden in universal votes will even be larger than he had with Hillary Clinton 4 years before. So there will be a period of commotion in the United States. But if Donald Trump becomes the president, well, actually, it's easier to guess. So we will guess that he will remain on the same path for most likely. But if Biden becomes the president, it can be a little bit different because, well, first, the East Asian policy of Biden has not been formed completely yet. People have been guessing who his East Asian foreign policy assistants will be. And we don't know, well, there are some names being given and being named, but for the whole strategy, we still don't know what it will be looking like, whether he is going back to TPP or he's going to have a multilateral organizations more like a TPP than Quad. But it is very likely that he will try to get to have a new path to separate himself from the Quad or Indo-Pacific, the idea of Indo-Pacific that Trump has been focusing upon. So there is a possible change there, right? But to engage in a collective security system like Quad, I think that's very important. And at the bilateral level, there are some things that I want to talk about. First is that we have to. It's right time. It's high time for us to make a general and comprehensive review of our China policy. We don't have a very clear China policy like other countries like US have. One of the reasons is that we are the first country who recognized the People's Republic of China in 1950, right? So for many other countries to recognize Taiwan, the ROC, or China, the PRC, and who is the legitimate government that represents China is the question, all right? So US faced this question, it recognized Taiwan or ROC as the legitimate government of China from 1949 to 1979. But after that, he shifted his recognition and recognized PRC. So for the one China policy, it is necessary for them to deal about that. But we don't have this kind of history or legacy because we recognize China in the first place, and Taiwan has been forgotten on the Indian foreign policy agenda until 1995, that the two countries just get back in touch with each other by establishing the representative organizations in each other's capital. And we used to use one China policy to refer to Tibet especially. But I think now we have to think about the whole thing from our national strategy and interest especially, because to engage with Taiwan actually helps India a lot. Well, if you're talking about technology, the understanding of China, I'm going to talk about this later, right? And we work closely with the Quad, it's important, and we have to strengthen this policy and use this as a platform to continue our relations with Japan, Korea, ASEAN countries, and Taiwan. Like I said, Taiwan can help a lot for India. First, the trade, technology. People like to refer to China as IT, Taiwan and India as IT, India and Taiwan, and that covers a large part of ICT because Taiwan has been good at manufacturing hardware, and India is good at the software. So if we can work together, actually, it's very good. And in security, there has been improvements. If you take a look at the personnel of the India and Taiwan recently, you will see that actually there is an upgrade of the diplomatic relations between India and Taiwan. The latest chief diplomats the Director General of the Indian Taipei Association, Mr. Das, used to be the JS of American Affairs. So, well, the outside observers, most of the outside observers interpret this as the fact that India is now willing to work with Taiwan under the Quad framework. So this is a good development. And Taiwan and India has been upgraded in security collaborations. That's one thing. So there are many, now India has been using more and more US-made weapons like AH-64E or P-8I. So Taiwan has been using the US-made weapons. So if the two countries can work together, well, in any kind of arranged ways, that well, we can help each other. And the last thing that I want to another point that I want to refer to is regarding the area studies that has been laid out by Professor Shiv Kumar. The area studies actually, China is very important, and Taiwan can help and work with India in China studies as well, because China and Taiwan speak the same language, and there's a long tradition of China studies in Taiwan on different aspects. So if India can work together with Taiwan, actually, we can exchange many valuable information with each other. And there's one way that Taiwan and India can work in the framework of Quad. There is a platform called GCTF, or Global Cooperation and Training Framework, established by Japan and the United States for Taiwan, and helped through that, Taiwan will be able to interact with more Asian Pacific countries. So far, this platform has helped Taiwan to share its developmental experiences with other Asian Pacific countries, especially some of the South Pacific island countries. So, well, I remember it is Dr. Seth who talked about the growing interest of India towards the South Pacific islands. So this is also an area that India and Taiwan can come together. And other areas includes scientific research in different areas of the sea, maybe in Indian Ocean, or even in South China Sea, where Taiwan have occupied 2 major islands. All these options can be considered. So to conclude this, I think, well, if we go back to the question, dragon in the room, how do we set the rules? I will say that we have to look beyond. First, we have to be more realist, just like E.A.M. Jaishankar said in his book. And the second is that we have to think beyond the bilateral relations only with China, and we have to work it out through the multilateral arrangements. But this multilateral should be beyond the traditional multilateralism that we talk about, that only focus on international organizations. It has to include some of the regional or global security focused organizations or forums or arrangements as well, like Quad. And I think Quad is a good point to start with, because the bilateral agreement has been signed between India and Japan and Australia and the United States. And based on that, actually, there are a lot of things that India can work out in security matters with all these countries. Even the United States are not as eager anymore if they have a new administration, but the structure has been built up. So we should use that to outreach to more East Asian countries, including Taiwan, that Taiwan is a key point that India can work with according to all the benefits that I just mentioned. So I think I will conclude here, and thank you very much.
Professor Roger, thank you so much, sir, for the very perceptive, points that you have deliberated, and very constructive manner in which you have looked at the question of dragon in the room and India's options. Before I actually move on to this thing, I would like to know if there is any one single question for Professor Liu. Any questions for Professor Liu? Pradhan sir?
Well, let the
Sir,
panelists.
may I take one small liberty because we have Vice Admiral Ganesh on the screen, and perhaps the Admiral would like to either ask a question or give a short comment.
Yeah, please.
Admiral Ganesh, sir.
Yes, Dr. Srinivasan. Well, thank you. That was a bouncer you just bowled. First of all, let me say I'm very impressed with, very excited by the last presentation I just heard, opening up a new vista of cooperation with Taiwan, and well, putting it candidly, putting it boldly, taking a very frontal approach, telling China that we will follow our foreign policy. We are not de-recognizing mainland China, but we can certainly recognize China we can certainly recognize Taiwan as long as the Taiwanese are a separate organization, a separate country, and a separate nation. We should recognize them. And from a more Indian point of view, the advantages that he has chalked out are indeed, they cannot be discounted. And most of all, I think, not quite apart from the technological thing, which is Taiwanese technology is well known, but that open door you get towards the clear understanding of China, its people, and the psychology of the CPC is extremely important. For that, we do not have we do not have an entree into that. There are very few Chinese scholars. When I say Chinese scholars, I don't mean scholars of China, but scholars of Chinese culture, language, history, who can merge virtually intellectually into that society. I think this is the most important thing that comes out of Professor Liu's very impressive talk. Thank you, Professor Liu.
Thank you, Mr. Ganesh.
Thank you very much, sir. Now I invite Professor Pradhan for his concluding remarks, please.
Before me, any panelists would like to make any comment or any opinion?
May I reply a bit to Mr. Ganesh?
Please.
Yes, sir. Just like you said, well, recently we just finished a study of the of the China studies in India, and we used China report as the observations to build up a small data set to analyze it. And we found that the study within CPC or CCP, Chinese Communist Party, actually the number has gone down after 1970s. And we attribute this to the lack of accessibility to what's happening inside of China. And most of the China studies focus are on foreign affairs, international relations, and the relations with the Soviet Union / Russia. But people either lack the interest of studying what's happening within Zhongnanhai or the Chinese Communist Party, or they didn't have the access. So I think it's more and more important, especially for now, as well, people want to know what's happening inside of the Chinese party machine to understand what policies that they are going to make. So thank you very much for your advice.
Sir, I have a question, sir, for you. Small.
Yes.
Sir, once upon a time, Mao Zedong used to say that 5 fingers, like Nepal, Bhutan, Sikkim, Arunachal Pradesh, Ladakh, and palm as a Chinese palm. Do you still that theory holds water? Do you think?
You mean China is going to use the IOR countries as leverage to India?
No, sir. What my question is, long ago, Mao Zedong used to say that the 5 fingers, he used to compare 5 fingers as analogy, like Nepal, Bhutan, compared 5 fingers, and palm is a Chinese palm. He said 5 fingers should belong to the Chinese palm. Do you think this kind of theory is, still holds water?
Well, I don't think it still applies, but I will say that China, under the banner of BRI, they are trying to focus and work on these countries by exporting their infrastructure projects or by forming JVs, joint ventures with Nepalese, Sri Lankan, or the Pakistani companies. They want to use that as a leverage or the basis, first to enter the Indian market. Second, they try to have more leverage for the Indian Ocean region affairs. So I think, well, maybe they don't have any territorial claims for now, but well, these countries surrounding India are used as very valuable strategic assets by China still. So they are very important.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Any panelists would like to make any comment?
Sir, Ambassador Fabian.
Thank you. It is my impression, and I shall be glad to be proved wrong, that various institutes in India that are studying China do not interact with each other. That's point number 1. Point I had tried when I was KPS Menon, holding the KPS Menon chair in Mahatma Gandhi University, Kottayam, telling them, that these institutes should work together and exchange notes. They tried, but I don't think it has worked. But if it has worked, do tell me. Secondly, we all read the Global Times because it's in English. But that is what China wants to tell the English-speaking world. What they tell the Chinese, it comes out in Chinese language. And as we know, very few people in India can afford to read and understand that. So obviously there is need for a central entity which will sort of go through the Chinese language newspapers and come out with a summary, which will be of great help not only to the public, but also to these institutes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. May I reply a bit? Well, sir, just like you said, well, Patricia Uber-Roy also talked about this. Like, well, she proposed an Association for China Studies of India to be established in 2013, as I remember, but nothing has happened ever since. I mean, there must be something behind that. Well, one of the possible explanation is that, well, those who study literatures are now working together with those who study politics. So the difference of beyond different academic approaches is one thing. And the second thing is that, well, China is trying to use its influence, especially focus on specific scholars, by inviting them to China more often than others. By doing that, they are creating some of the friendly scholars that will influence the Indian, maybe the consensus of the government inside of India. So that's one of the issues that I have observed. The second thing, just like you said, well, we rely very much, or maybe too much, on the Global Times, the English version, and this is the CCP tabloids that they try to manipulate the sentiments of especially the people in India. So to read directly the Chinese publications are important. So that's where Taiwan can help. So far, Taiwan has been training the Indian army officers or some intelligence officers of the Chinese language. So I think we should step up this kind of collaborations because Taiwan can be trusted in the accessibility of the Chinese information or the language. Thank you.
Thank you.
May I just say one sentence?
Yes,
Dr. Srinivasan.
Yes, sir, please.
This is reference to Ambassador Fabian's observation that reading the Global Times gives you uh, in English gives you the sanitized version, if you like, of what they're actually saying. I'm happy to inform you, sir, Ambassador Fabian, that we do have an ex-China hand from the Foreign Service in the National Institute of Advanced Studies, who's doing precisely this. Every week or every fortnight, he churns out that duration's articles of interest and puts an interpretation on it by comparing it with the English version. He reads it in Chinese, compares it to the English version, and highlights the differences. But he's plowing a lonely furrow, actually. We need more people.
That's right.
Is Ambassador Raghavan there? If he can, if you'd like to make any comment.
Ambassador Raghavan?
Yeah. Or Ambassador Viswanathan, they're there. Or we can ask Dr. Sumit at all, if at all he would like to make any comment. So many observations were there.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Sumit, are you there, sir? Dr. Sumit.
He is there, but he is muted, sir.
Ambassador Thomas, Professor Shivkumar also wants to say something.
Dr. Simba,
thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, please. Professor Shivkumar, sir, please speak.
Yeah, okay. No, the point raised by Admiral is very relevant also, Ambassador Fabian. We do have a kind of understanding among the Chinese scholars in the area studies program. It is not as though, I mean, what Professor Rogers said is right to some extent, but there is a feeling among the political scientists, social scientists, international relations experts, and area studies experts, who are not, linguistic experts or Chinese language experts, but they do exchange facts, figures, whatever that's available to them among the Chinese studies program in India. But I do agree with Rogers. That's a very important thing. You made an excellent observation. There's not much. That there should be much more interest evinced by the area studies program, and they should go in depth to understand the contemporary Chinese domestic and foreign policy, which is not happening. They are happy with the historical development. Everybody would say 1962 war, very easy to write a thesis. They'll keep on repeating it for 100 years to come. The debate issues and this. But they don't get into the contemporary issues or even strategic issues, military issues. Those are very important, which the area studies program must do, where the military generals and vice admirals could also participate and contribute. What are the strategic moves that are capabilities that the Chinese are having? It's always good to know our neighbors better. Thank you.
Ambassador Thomas, if you would like to intervene, make any comment.
No, thank you. No comment on.
Okay. Dr. Sumit, I think is I think we are not able to reach him.
He's muted, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Then let me now, with your permission, Dr. Srinivasan,
Please,
let me sum it up.
Please.
I take this opportunity to thank everybody, particularly the panelists. We had a feast of ideas, and it's a journey of thought process, and it was wonderful, enriching, very, very educative to all of us. Also, I equally thank the distinguished participants who make the whole story successful. We had participants from Argentina, from Europe, and so many institutions from India. That what I understand is that foreign policy is a focus area today. A lot of people are interested. And instead of getting guided by WhatsApp messages and all that, I think enriched discourse like this, provides a perspective and clarifies many doubts and all that. Ambassador Raghavan started the whole discourse, and three prominent takeaway points, if I can capture from his narrative, is that excessive securitization, that we oversensitize the security aspect of it. He says avoid that. I think it's a very valid point, which is applies to myself also. Very often we get carried by the security concerns. Second, he talked about strengthening knowledge base, and that's where I think Professor Shiv Kumar's narrative of the area studies or the challenges around the area studies that correlated to that. And he talked about expanding the field of multilateral issues. That's where the countries engage in multiple forums, and then that's where I think the areas of engagement must have to be multilateral in character. But he started with the basic notion of what is foreign policy objective, and borrowing from President Abdul Kalam, and then he classifies the foreign policy objective to this citizen perspective versus the national perspective. But in the context of the regional confusion of the challenges and the options that we have in the context of the new hegemon that he talked about, he also talked about that South Asia, there's a failure of regional integration process, or the institutional mechanism has not been able to capture or create a condition of integration, unlike Southeast Asia integrated, but South Asia has failed. I think that's where and finally he concludes that it is not only the government, it is also that the history, the geography, and plethora of issues that constitute the whole country must be equally opened up for interaction process. And Ambassador Thomas, I must appreciate your positive note, and particularly talking about EU looking forward to joint naval collaborations and all that, Malabar or similar kind of institutional practices. And if at all pandemic wouldn't have been there, I think March 2020, India was hosting Milan. 41 countries of the world were to participate. 3 continents, I think 4 continents, defense services were to participate. So I think against what Ambassador Raghavan talked about, the new hegemon. So against that, I think global collaborative modules are also emerging, and that's where new strategic thinking, new collaborations are also emerging. And several areas of collaboration that you talked about, and be it health sector, to strategic, to sea lanes of communication, to trade, and number of other areas. I think pandemic, Ambassador Raghavan also talked about that it surfaced the whole issue, it illuminated the whole issue. So pandemic has helped in many ways to clarifying many things and creating better conditions. And in that context, your positive note, I see that a lot of good things are going to happen between India and European Union. Ambassador Fabian, sir, thank you very much for being very supportive from the beginning. I must personally thank you for being supportive for this. And it is very difficult for me to capture what you talked about, because you combined philosophy, you combined rhetorics, the common narratives and anecdotes, and then the normative issues also. So it's a little challenge for me. But what I largely understood is that you concluded with the open chessboard, where it is visible to both the players and the outsiders. Whereas in IR, the choices and the variables, many of them are visible and many of them are invisible, like reading the minds of the Chinese, or what they are thinking, or how are they likely to behave. It has been a very kind of an imagination. So it is and also very critical thing that you talked about, know your citizens, know your China KYC program and supply chain. And I think it is critical, and mostly, unless those who are directly involved with China, I think many of them are not really familiar. They get guided by the newspaper, rhetorics, television channels, and all that. And again, I think Professor Shivkumar's point of area studies program, which Ambassador Raghavan also talked about, and subsequently number of others also joined, is a critical issue that we have to have the area study programs in a greater way. Coming to Ambassador Viswanathan, I think I myself am a product of area studies, and I have also been a victim. I have managed and re-established myself in a different way. But then Ambassador Viswanathan, Latin America, I started my training, MPhil and PhD on Latin America, and did my PhD on Latin America, and then gradually moved to political economy and maritime studies and blue economy, largely because area study programs are neglected. As Ambassador Viswanathan gave the statistics, I think it a phenomenally good statistics, and good friend Silvana Boris is there from Argentina, that we have so much of engagement, so much of interactions. And one agriculture pass out from India, Amarinder Singh, he is in Argentina. He is referred as the soybean king. He is the largest planter of soybean in Argentina. I think Silvana must be knowing, might have heard of his name, and he is a case study for India. So you have not only there's a small mid-sized sugar plant from Belgaum. Belgaum is a small place in the western coast of India, and the Renuka sugar plant, it goes to Brazil and buys the sugar plant there and becomes the third largest sugar producer in the world. It's a great story. But unfortunately, I think somewhere the mental imagination that Latin America is far away continues to hunt us both ways. And that's where our friend in Argentina might help us create conditions, and we can understand each other in more real times. Now, webinar is a good mode to do that. So, Ambassador Viswanathan, sir, I'm obliged for the fascinating revival of the area of Latin America, which I was at one point, I was so nostalgic about it. Then we had Dr. Sumit, gave a very elaborate perspective of what the Ministry of External Affairs is doing in variety of its programs in the execution of the foreign policy as a whole. So in the interest of making the foreign policy or the instrument of foreign policy creation, he talked about various interface, or he called it also as foreign policy OPD, number of such programs. So it is very heartening for an academic like me to know that foreign policy has a very active and very dynamic interface mode, and areas of like your Indian Ocean region, then global tech interface, and then extensive policy planning dialogues, and about a number of integrating processes, your interaction with the think tanks, institutions, and all of that. And also, I happily note that you extended your interest to look at Pilani as for future interactions also. So I think most of the academics present in the webinar must have benefited and taken note of what Dr. Sumit talked about, the making of India's foreign policy, the larger long terms. But the best point I understood from his initial speech is that look at the forest, and tree is not important, the forest is more important. So one has to look at the larger picture, and that's where I think the bigger understanding and approach can be created. Professor Shivkumar, sir, grateful to you for bringing this topic of area study, concerns and challenges, and particularly linking it to Professor Appadurai. You have been part of the whole story. I have experienced myself the journey of the area studies in India, and most of them are largely neglected of money, and most of them are caught up in the university messy system where they're unable to function also. And the director of the area studies also do not have, very often I have witnessed it myself, do not have 10,000 rupees to spend for something. 10,000 also they cannot, and they're directors of the area study programs. So be it the financial challenges, to number of administrative scenarios within the university system itself. Now area studies are neglected. I think it is necessary that fresh life is injected, and they have to be, and a lot more area study programs need to be created. My one sad thing that is that whole of India, we do not have a single area study program on maritime issues. Maritime narrative issues, there are Indian Ocean Studies program, but I think computationally to understand maritime issues, seaports, the vessels, and shipbuilding, and many things are largely neglected. And thank you, Professor Shiv Kumar sir, for the highlighting the issue of area studies that I think Dr. Sumit may take due note, and ministry also may revisit the whole issue of area studies, including other ministries. Professor Roserlew, now I think you had a far too different approach altogether than the diplomats. I think a very methodical, your method of approach was very different. And what you talk about, the limitation of equilibrium, is that India and China, I think, if I understand it correctly, there's a quite of a disequilibrium between both these countries. So as you rightly said, to manage, there are two big ships, so two big countries, they have to be stood into peace and growth and conditions of normality. So one cannot go in a traditional realist approach. Rather, one has to be more realistic in orientation and look at out of the box, or as you rightly talked about, to manage the dragon, we have to think beyond the box, or alternatively we have to look at it. So it was a wonderful session altogether, and I think I'm absolutely grateful that Group Captain Srinivasan joined with me, with two of our engineering students, Suraj and Asutosh, and the distinguished panelists supported all of us with their thought process and joining the webinar. So we are extremely thankful, and only limitation we had, a lot of questions would have been there, but due to limitation of time, we are unable to host the questions. So I would imagine that we can have a smaller webinar for three speakers or something, then we may have more interactions. So now I'll request Dr. Srinivasan to propose the formal points. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pradhan. Though you have already mentioned it, it is my privilege and it's my duty to express formal note of thanks on behalf of Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, BITS Pilani Goa campus and Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies. I place on record our gratitude to the distinguished ambassadors, Dr. Sumit Seth, Director PPR MEA, Professor Shiv Kumar and Professor Roserlew, for their presentations that have added immense value to our understanding of India's foreign policy choices in the emerging global order. I must thank the distinguished participants, members of research community, for their contribution to making their webinar lively and thought-provoking. And I also add a note of apology for not allowing too many questions because of the constraints of time. I'm sure you will appreciate that. And my special note of gratitude to Professor Pradhan for making this webinar possible, Suraj Gupta and Ashutosh for their invaluable assistance in the conduct of this program. Ladies and gentlemen, we wish you a pleasant Saturday evening. God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sir.
Nice meeting you, Professor Liu. I hope we meet
Same
again.
here. Yeah, let's keep in touch.
We will
Let's keep in touch. Yeah.
Yes.
Keep in touch.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Admiral sir, thank you very much for joining.
My pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Pleasure being here.
Yeah. Silvana, you didn't speak anything at all. Would you like to say hello to us at least? Silvana, you are. Would you like to say words?
Hello. Good afternoon for you. Here is it's morning. Thank you very much for the invitation for this seminar. It's very interesting, and there is very much question for you for all the speakers, but the time is short. I think I had very much for ask it, but it's not the moment. And after we can send some questions.
Yeah.
You understand and hear me good?
Yeah. Yes. 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 Very much.
Thank you very much for all, and you are very friendship.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Us.
India and Latin America has a lot to share actually, and I think Ambassador spoke very positively about it. So we will look forward to interacting.
Yes, yes. I know, and I am very happy for this webinar, and I hope you can do another Zoom.
Oh yes, 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 definitely, definitely. But would you, help us with some Latin American scholars also to join and speak on that, on the issues?
I am in a program of master in my country, but I don't. But it's only in my country. It's not an international. There is another international programs, but I am not in this. I participate, but with the United States.
Okay, okay. Dr. Sumit is here. I mean, would you, Dr. Sumit, would you like to say a few things? We have formally closed the interaction, but Dr. Sumit, are you able to hear us? I think he's logged in and not there.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. 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 Yeah. Thank you, Professor Sarangi, and
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Group Captain Captain Harinder and everybody. Thank you. See you. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Silvana. Nice meeting you. I hope we get to meet again.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Have a pleasant evening. I mean, you have a pleasant morning. We are sorry, you're in the morning.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Here is very early.
Yeah, I know. I understand. And 9 hours difference. Thank you, Admiral Ganesh sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, yes. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Right, logging off.
Bye-bye, sir. Yes, sir. Dr. Sumit, thank you so much. Wish you a pleasant evening. Thank you for, thank you everyone for being here. We will just sign off now. We can have a pleasant evening, pleasant morning, whatever is the appropriate time in your respective country. Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye.